Chapter 1233. The picture engraved on the ground was vivid and lifelike. Yun Nuoshing felt that it was very familiar. It was so familiar that he shuddered. The edges, the appearance, the thing, the little angel looked at the huge object drawn on the ground. She blinked her eyes, but she didn't feel much. That is it seems to be an altar. Altar? She was stunned for a moment. Then, an idea flashed in her mind. A few days ago, they rushed into this strange and unpredictable place to look for an altar. In the end, they didn't find the altar. They even went to another world to play. Now, she suddenly saw the engraving of an altar in this dark shadow continent. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. She saw that he was also shocked. Her guess was confirmed, but she still couldn't help but ask, "Is this the thing?" Yun Nuoshing nodded gently. He had seen it once. It was a picture he saw from someone's memory dozens of eras later. It was a mysterious altar swaying in the depths of the void. Every line was wrapped in a strange aura. It was the engraving he saw in front of him. He couldn't be wrong. He couldn't remember it wrong. "Big sister, this is the altar." Qing Lei suddenly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and jumped up excitedly. The gravity here was too small. She almost pulled Yun Nuoshing out with her jump. The latter quickly changed the rules in the order barrier. Then, the two of them stabilized. "What altar?" Yun Nuoshing saw that she seemed to know something. He couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly asked, "It's that. It seemed that seeing this thing had a big impact on her." Qing Lei opened her mouth and shouted for a long time. She was sweating and biting her tongue. She couldn't say what it was. Seeing that she was more anxious than him after jumping up and down for a long time, Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly. He put his hands on her shoulders and sighed softly. "Stop. Don't worry. Come, look into my eyes. Now, slowly relax. Relax. That's right. I'm not asking you to fall asleep. Slow down. Calm down." Yun Nuoshing induced her to calm down. The little angel crossed the order barrier and flew around in boredom. This huge, empty square seemed to be engraved with such a painting. Other than that, there was nothing else. As for the outside of the square, there was a circle of buildings that seemed to have been weathered. There were traces of weathering everywhere. This shadow continent must have once existed in a place with air. Otherwise, how could there be such traces? As for why it became like this, there were many answers. Maybe it was dug out, or maybe that place was blown up. This shadow continent was the only remaining fragment. Judging from the fragmented appearance of the shadow continent, it felt that this should be the answer. The fluorescent, slender hand gently touched the grayish-white half of the wall, touching the broken cracks. With a gentle touch, a part of it shattered and floated in the surrounding space. It didn't fall down. Only a slightly bigger piece fell to the ground. The origin altar. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "Is this the legend of your world? The legend of this season or the legend of the last season?" The little angel seemed to have heard Qing Lei's words, especially the name, which made it very concerned. She quickly flapped her wings and flew back into the order barrier. "You remember now?" Qing Lei nodded and said, "It's a very old legend. For this world, many legends are very old. No matter how many legends there are, it's not surprising. Even if this legend came from the creation of the world, there were people who believed in it before the birth of the world. The people who said it didn't think about how they knew the scene before the creation of the world. What I mean is, the legend about the origin, altar, all came from a very, very old time. It's an ancient legend from the last season. It's ancient to them, not to us. The world where Qing Lei and the others came from had an unimaginable number of legends. There were all kinds of legends, big and small. If you really asked someone to tell them, that person would be able to say it clearly and logically. Moreover, there weren't many versions. It was as if everyone agreed on one or a few legends that didn't deviate too much. The whole world knew about it, and it wouldn't be unknown just because of the distance. This origin altar was one of them, and it was only one version. It was passed down from the ancient era, and it was still widely known. It was so widely known that Qing Lei didn't pay much attention to it. Even when she saw it, it took her a while to remember it. It was as if something had become something that everyone was familiar with. Although no one had seen the so-called origin altar, everyone seemed to be familiar with it and could even describe the appearance of the altar. A very, very long time ago, probably referring to the ancient era of the last season of life. This is also the reason why the teacher said that there might be a previous season of life before the last season of life. When the world was created, for some reason, the world itself had problems. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch. What do you mean by this and that and that? I don't know either. Qing Lei shrugged cutely. That's a very, very ancient thing. Even the language translation wasn't very smooth. We don't know much about the language of the previous season of life. As for the more ancient, oh yes, speaking of the more ancient, the legend of the origin altar refers to the ancient era of the previous season. They mentioned that they couldn't get the specific information because of the language barrier. The information that was passed down to the later generations were things that they understood with their own methods. In other words, Yun Nuoxing pinched her chin with her right hand and wrapped her left hand around her right arm. For the people of the previous season, the origin altar that was passed down from an even more ancient era did not belong to them. It came from an even stranger place or time. Therefore, the people of the previous season speculated that the previous season of life was related to the previous season of life and linked it to the altar. Is that right? Yes, that's what it means. Qing Lei nodded. After thinking for a while, she continued. Well, then, in the process of their research, they found that, and that's a problem. The problem originated from the origin altar itself. Maybe they got something from the origin altar, or they learned some special information, but they couldn't decipher it or even understand it. They could only rigidly copy it, or even imprint the things that may or may not be words, and then pass it down from generation to generation. Speaking of this, Qing Lei couldn't help but smile. Big Sister often sees some strange symbols on the buildings in Juguang City. Not only explorers, but also some merchants who travel around, some ordinary people who travel far away, fishermen who go out to sea, small businessmen who open shops. They definitely have these things in their homes. It's just like some prayer symbols that have existed from ancient times until today. In fact, those symbols were passed down from that, but many of them were artificially changed because they didn't understand it at all, because they couldn't understand it at all. Last season, when they found more ancient information, they could only copy it down. Whether it was useful or not, whether it referred to something or not, they just drew it down, stroke by stroke, unchanged. The that and that I said were just transliterations. Of course, as time passed, the correct pronunciation of the transliteration may have changed. So even the words that it referred to became these few words. Yun Nuoxing suddenly realized when he heard this. So the that and that, she said, were used to refer to the special name of the altar. He thought that she was struggling to say for a long time and couldn't twist the words into this shape. What do you think? It flew over and glanced at him, saying, ancient times, even more ancient times. It's not easy to reverse the transliteration and symbols that have been changed, but we can't just stop here, can we? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He hadn't given up yet, so he said, Qing Lei, do you know those two sentences? If you know. Qing Lei smiled. Big sister, I said it's a well-known. Oh, this is a little exaggerated. Anyway, it's something that scholars and people with some knowledge know. Ahem. Anyway, I don't know about this. I'm the kind of guy who shuts the door and windows and doesn't care about what happens outside. Yun Nuoxing blushed. Qing Lei looked at him with a smile and did not say anything. She nodded and squatted down on the grayish-white ground that was about to turn into sand. She used a small knife to carve one character after another, something that looked like a character. When she dropped the knife to carve the first complete character, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. In fact, when he was halfway through writing, his breathing became slightly disordered. He recognized this character. Even when she was only halfway through writing, he could recognize it and guess it. That's Little Angel also opened his eyes wide in shock. Those were words from the mythological era. It couldn't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. Yun Nuoxing was also in a state of shock. He couldn't be wrong. If the memories that Yun Nuoxing inherited were flawed and wrong, then the owner of those memories, he couldn't be wrong. Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing looked at each other. Then they nervously moved closer and watched as Qing Lei wrote the words one by one. When a line of words appeared, the two's breathing quickened. It was indeed the words of the kamikaze era, but this thing can't be read. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but say, it's like a child who just started learning how to speak and write. Runes. Runes from the mythological era were written correctly. Yes, they were written neatly. They could even recognize each word, but they could not connect the words together. In short, I can understand every word you say, but when you put all the words together, I don't know what you're talking about. Little Angel said concisely. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. He really knew every word, but he couldn't say the words out loud. Each word existed by itself, and he couldn't understand what it was trying to say. As Qing Lei wrote diligently and seriously, Yun Nuoxing noticed a small detail. When she was about to finish washing a word, she would quickly stop writing when she was about to stop. Then she would use her thumb to rub off a little bit, as if she was adjusting or changing it. Then she would start writing the next word. Qing Lei, you deliberately erased a word from a word. Why? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask. Qing Lei stopped and shrugged helplessly. Because I can't write it out, big sister. It's said that these words are cursed. They are words and languages that are bound by some powerful rules. No matter how it is spoken or written, the world will respond accordingly. It's said that there was once a person who didn't listen to the advice and was struck to death by a bolt of lightning. When the words of the gods exist, they will take effect immediately. Yun Nuoxing and Little Angel were not surprised by this characteristic, because if it was really the words of the gods, as long as it was the words of the gods, it would have the effect of law. Even at their level, as long as they said it in their hearts, it would take effect. If it was more special, anyway, anything was possible. But the two people looked at each other and then lowered their heads at the same time to look at Qing Lei, who was seriously writing there. A wave of sadness and confusion surged in their hearts at the same time. But would such a strange sentence really have any effect? If it really had an effect, it would be too powerful. These words were like a dozen words that were extracted from some sentences. Even if they were mixed up and reorganized, it wouldn't be useful information. Could this thing trigger the words of the gods? Oh no! Qing Lei suddenly screamed loudly. She finished the last stroke of one of the characters in her hand. At that moment, it was like spring had come to 1,000 trees, and the ice and snow had welcomed the sun. The beginning of something was being born. The one who felt it the most directly was Yun Nuashing. He directly felt that in a distant place in the starry sky, there was suddenly a huge distortion force that could turn the world upside down. It was so huge that it could tear this star field apart. It was nothing to him, but there were other people here. If they tried to stop or resist it, the resulting energy shockwaves might shock Qinglei to death. Then, the only result would be carrying her and running away. He was just about to put it into action when the crazy and distorted force disappeared completely in an instant. It was as if it had just appeared to say hello. It was so fast that he almost collapsed. He turned to look at the instigator of what had just happened. He saw that Qinglei was so excited that she slapped the last character engraved on the ground and scattered most of it. Only then did the strange energy suddenly disappear. In fact, Yun Nuashing felt that the energy actually disappeared because the character had disappeared. It could not find the place to aim at, so it had no choice but to disappear. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I was fast enough to erase it. Speaking of which, I am in the starry sky. I don't think I will be struck by lightning. Why are you so worried? Qinglei shook her head helplessly and buried her head in the ground again. Yun Nuashing and the little angel looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. If it were not for the fact that the little girl did not have divine power or the power of a god, the half-completed sentence just now would have directly followed the rules and blasted here. According to what he sensed just now, Yun Nuashing estimated that the energy should have destroyed this star system tens of millions of times. Although he did not know what the sentence meant, from this point of view, it might be related to attack, destruction, or something else. Maybe he only saw half of it. Well, I'm done. But every character has been erased by me a little bit. There won't be a problem this time. After Qinglei finished writing, she threw away the broken tiles she found in her hand, stood up and laughed with her chest out. She seemed to have forgotten the current situation. Yun Nuashing and the little angel went over to take a look. After reading it, they shook their heads. It was still not working. They could not understand the meaning of these two sentences at all. They had a feeling that was called, I know every word when it is taken apart, but I don't know what it means when it is put together. The two people had such a feeling at this time. They looked at the words that they could distinguish one by one, but they were confused and did not know what it was saying at all. Who knew what kind of message that ancient altar left behind? Qinglei, are you sure it's these words? Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh dryly. Yes, it's like this. Qinglei nodded. When she saw that Yun Nuashing and the people were a little embarrassed, she could not help but laugh evilly. She used her elbow to poke Yun Nuashing's arm and said, You can't understand it, right? You can't understand it, right? Hee, because we can't understand it. This thing has been left aside. For thousands of years, it was just a legend that almost everyone knew, but no one really tried to understand it because nothing could be found. She paused for a moment and laughed dryly. Of course, it's also possible that someone actually tried to study it, but was struck to death by lightning. Being a scholar is actually a high-risk profession. No one will know if you die unknowingly. If you let your corpse lie in every corner, you might have gone crazy and died, or you might have been played to death by yourself. She said with a look of regret, as if she had already seen those guys who died while playing with the language of the gods. Yun Nuashing and the people were dumbfounded, but it did not matter. As long as they went against their conscience, they could say that they did not care about the information. It was not that they did not discover anything. At least they could tell that this mysterious altar of nothingness, this mysterious altar of origin, was related to the mythological era. This thing was not simple. Oh, this was nonsense. How many things related to the mythological era were simple? Then what should we do now? It asked softly. Yun Nuoshing frowned and looked at Qing Lei, who was still looking at the runes he had carved with great interest. He said, "Qing Lei, do you know where this altar is?" "I don't know. No one has seen it before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a legend." Qing Lei shook her head with a smile. The answer that he had expected made Yun Nuoshing a little depressed. It was not easy to come here, and he seemed to have found some clues. But now he had to give up so easily. According to the characteristics of that strange altar, it was not easy for him to find a chance to get close to it, but he could not get any substantial results. It was very likely that this opportunity would slip away. With the characteristics of the altar, it was completely possible for it to lead the masters of the gods to escape from the void. This world, this starry sky, this galaxy must be, perhaps it was related to that altar, but as to how it was related, he really did not know. Then what should we do now? Seeing that he did not speak, the little angel asked again. Yun Nuoshing pressed his palm on his face and rubbed it hard. After a while, he let out a long breath and faced the little angel with a face full of joy. Explode, right? A certain dumbfounded fake little angel was stunned. Huh. Chapter 1234. If he couldn't make a decision, he would first take a look. If he still couldn't make a decision, then he would just blow something up. As for what to blow up, how to blow it up, and how it would turn into, it was really hard to say. He hadn't thought about it in detail. Anyway, first, he had to do something. It wasn't a good idea to just look at this strange altar engraved here. Instead of waiting anxiously, he might as well take action. For example, he could blow something up. Some mechanisms were also triggered in such a strange way. If he blew it up, he might be able to find something unexpected. Then, a certain destructive maniac would also be ready to blow it up. The energy was already condensing. Wait a minute, the fake little angel exclaimed. She quickly jumped over and pressed down his raised hand. She glanced at Qing Lei, who didn't react at all. She heaved a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, blow up this place or something," she stammered for a while. After a while, she said, "What if the clue is here, but you blew it up by mistake? Wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Then we'll talk about it, after we destroy it." Yun Nuoshing frowned fiercely. She raised her other hand. A dark and chaotic energy crazily condensed. Then it was pressed down by the little angel again. "It's not that I want to say this, but anyway, it's this world, right? We're the ones who are most worried about it. I don't believe that it won't come out." Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. She was about to break free from her grip and continue condensing energy when Qing Lei suddenly realized or thought of something. She jumped up excitedly. "Big sister, Then, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Yun Nuoshing and the little angel entangled together in an extremely ambiguous position. Their faces were close to each other, and lilies bloomed one after another. In an instant, her pretty face flushed with excitement. She quickly covered her sparkling eyes with both hands. Hearing the sound, the two people turned their heads together. When they saw Qing Lei's strange action, they were stunned. The two people looked at each other and quickly let go of their hands. "Ahem, what's wrong? Did you remember something or discover something?" Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and hurriedly went forward to greet her. Qing Lei covered her face with both hands, looking like she didn't see anything. When she saw Yun Nuoshing walking over, she chuckled. "Big sister, I just remembered something. It's about the altar of origins." Yun Nuoshing looked at her curiously and didn't ask any questions. She just waited quietly for her to speak. After pondering for a while, she said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 altars of origin." "2?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "What's the other one for?" "No, speaking of which, what are these 2 altars for?" You don't know. We don't have any faith, and we don't have an object of worship. What is this altar of origins used for? Qinglei shook her head. I don't know either. 2 altars. Yes, that's what the legend says. However, we don't know what exactly is going on or who passed it down. We only know that they have appeared since ancient times. Let me think. I should remember the origin of the legend. Yun Nuoxing waited patiently, but before Qinglei could think of a reason, the entire dark and grayish-white land suddenly trembled, causing the 3 of them to tremble. Suddenly, they felt that the light in the sky had become unusually bright. They turned around abruptly, only to see a huge corona suddenly appear in front of them. It was a huge sun, a sun formed by the remains of the sun. It was smaller than a planet, but it retained most of the original sun's weight. The light that was extremely fatal to mortals shone on the satellite in front of the shadow continent. The satellite of Wei Su had blocked most of the fatal light. Even though Yun Nuoxing jokingly called it the remains of the sun, it still had enough light and heat. Its light could directly blind most of the living beings. However, with the existence of the order barrier, Qinglei saw this scene directly. Her eyes widened. This shocking scene was instantly branded in her eyes and could no longer be erased. The remains of the sun, Wei Su's satellite, and the shadow continent. The 3 of them were connected together in a line. Standing on the shadow continent, they could see the satellite being burned by the light of Wei Su. The huge gravitational force was enough to distort time and pull it towards Wei Su. The entire satellite was burning with brilliant fireworks. Looking from this angle, the brilliant sea of fire of Wei Su's starry corona had a huge sense of oppression. It was as if it was going to swallow them together with the huge planet. So beautiful. Qinglei could not help but murmur. The light that was enough to blind almost all living beings was filtered by the order barrier, allowing her to easily see it without being hurt. She called this shocking and even terrifying scene beautiful. It inexplicably made Yun Nuoxing a little happy and proud. She could not help but mutter, "This is a scene that ordinary people can't see." It exists in the starry sky. There are countless such scenes in the entire starry sky. They burn alone in the deep and dark starry sky. No one can see them. You are a lucky one. Qinglei stared blankly at this scene. She did not even have the time to speak. She watched the huge satellite of Wei Su in front of her distort in her sight. Its surface became unrecognizable. The scorching sunlight even changed the storm. Its shape had turned into an oval. The high-arched end was facing the sun, dragging a long trail of golden flames. It seemed that it would fall into the brilliant sea of fire at any time. The speed of movement of this planet and this continent is too strange. The little angel quietly floated to Yun Nuoxing's side and whispered in his ear. Just now, it was still sweeping across the starry sky at an extremely high speed. Then, when it came to this place, it suddenly slowed down. It feels like it was hurrying across the starry sky just to rush back to this place. Yun Nuoxing casually replied. Then he asked, "Is there any reaction from the power of Divine Destroyer on that planet?" No, you can say that there is." Just as he shook his head, he was stunned. Then he helplessly sighed and said, "The power of Divine Destroyer on that planet has all quieted down." It had just quieted down. The moment the sun shone on it, it restrained all of its presence. Now, anyone who looks at it will only see a red storm. Even I can't feel the slightest bit of the power of Divine Destroyer. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Restrained? What do you mean by restrained? I don't know. Don't ask me. I also want to know. Anyway, this is how it is. It can't be helped whether you believe it or not. The little angel shook his head helplessly. The 3 of them stood side by side and looked at this gorgeous and extremely spectacular scene. Now, the satellite of Wei-Su was moving very slowly. It was so slow that it was very deliberate. It was so slow that it was very strange. Just like what it said, it was as if it had deliberately rushed back from the starry sky. Like a timid child, it shrank in its cradle and shivered. Even if it would be devoured by the flames, it did not have a second choice. This shadow continent is very lucky. Originally, according to the speed of Wei-Su and the continent's own speed, the shadow continent would be directly exposed to the sun. It would be in a position closer to the sun than Wei-Su. But now it has almost completely stopped. If the shadow continent rotates according to this trace, it will definitely not face the fatal sun directly. As the little angel spoke, it cast its gaze on the grayish-white land, and then looked inside the black land. The sun shone its blazing light on its satellite. The latter received such a huge amount of sunlight that it almost ignited, turning into a second giant sun in the starry sky. It also spread a part of the heat and scattered it on the shadow land. The black land should have been an extremely solid land. At this moment, when the second star blocked the light, it also received a huge amount of light. The heat was enough to melt the dark land. This black land is probably going to melt, probably because of the black color. Yun Nuoshing pointed to the black land in the distance, the side closest to the sun, and we happen to be in the grayish-white area behind it. It won't be too hot, and the land won't melt. Otherwise, this ancient city wouldn't have been preserved. Well, it's the light. I can't see anything. Qing Lei looked for a while and felt pain in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and quickly squatted down. Yun Nuoshing heard and couldn't help but shake his head. What else do you want to see? This is the place closest to Wei-Su. We, it, and you are the first discoverers of this place. After that, he couldn't help but tease. By the way, if you remember this scene and bring it back, it might attract the attention of others. If you want to show off, you have to find something more impressive, right? The little angel couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was fooling her again. Not to mention the things here. Even if Qing Lei ran back and told them, would anyone believe her? Would anyone admit it? Probably not. Yun Nuoshing suddenly paused and quickly narrowed his eyes. His eyes glinted with divine light as he looked towards the direction of the huge planet. That huge planet filled with countless gases had come here at an uncanny speed, sheltering the shadow continent with a strange angle and gravity. Now, the blazing light shone into the interior of the planet, and the long red and black light that stretched out represented the remnant sun devouring its own satellite. At that moment, the extreme storm suddenly changed. On the side of the planet facing them, the huge storm became much thinner, as if the storm was gradually stopping. However, if one looked closely, they would find that something was not right. The color at the edge of the storm was still abnormally thick and exaggerated. The wind was still blowing over the planet, and it was a vast storm that blew from the planet's core to its surface. At that moment, all of them were gathering towards the other side. The storm that had covered the entire planet was now gathering towards the side directly illuminated by the sun, becoming an even more exaggerated and terrifying storm that encompassed the entire hemisphere. If a storm of this scale were to be placed in the divine realm, it could probably destroy an entire large city in minutes. Of course, that was if the city's defensive circle was not activated. The storm on the planet's surface seemed to have melted completely. The melted liquid flowed in one direction, condensing and solidifying into an even bigger storm that resisted the sunlight from the other side. However, the layer of red and gold flames did not show any signs of weakening, as if a huge energy barrier had enveloped the entire planet. Under such circumstances, it did look like an energy barrier, and any normal person who came into contact with it would definitely die. Nonsense. If it were a normal person, they would have been burned into gas by the sun when the planet brought them here. Boom! A dull and restless sound came from the ground beneath their feet and traveled through their soles to every part of their body. Yun Nuoxing's body trembled slightly before stabilizing, and he still had the strength to reach out and support Qing Lei, who was almost sent flying by the shock. What's wrong now? She looked around nervously and could not help but gulp, and her grip on Yun Nuoxing's arm tightened slightly. If you ask me, I can give you an answer. I just don't think you'll like it. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and let out a stiff, After a long while, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. He smiled slightly and said, "The shadow continent under our feet seems to be falling into it." Qing Lei glanced at the grayish-white ground and then looked at the approaching satellite of Wei Su. She knew what he said was true. She forced a smile and suddenly fainted. Wei Su's satellite was very close to its home planet at this moment. Coupled with the layer of light that was attracted by the huge gravitational force, it could be said that the layer of light was Wei Su's star corona. The moment it fell into it, it would probably be killed by the temperature there. The modified version of the sun, the modified version means that it has been processed. It's not that there's anything extra. It was originally just a sun, but one day it suddenly exploded into countless pieces with a bang. The fragments and the energy were thrown into the starry sky, and all that was left was a very dense remnant. But this remnant used some unknown method to swallow the remnant of the previous sun and became the remnant sun that we see now. The little angel said as she twirled her slender fingers, "I know about this. Why are you telling me about this?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "I know that you know about it." It shook its head helplessly, stretched out a finger and pointed at his arms, and said, "But this little girl doesn't know about it." Yun Nuoxing hurriedly lowered his head and saw that Qing Lei had already fainted. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was really amazing. In just one day, she had seen many things that were beyond the limit of her knowledge. If it were anyone else, they would have probably gone crazy when they landed on the shadow continent and found out where this place was. But she could still hold on until now and only fainted. It had to be said that her spirit was really abnormally strong. Rumble, a roar came from the star field that was supposed to be silent. It was the sound of a riot that came from the shadow continent as it crushed the space. It was like a flagship of a fleet using the sharp side as a charging horn. Under unreasonable acceleration, it rumbled and rushed toward the huge planet that was burned into an orange color, and the storm gradually subsided. The huge vibration made Yun Nuoxing and the little angel almost lose their balance. "It's simply messing around." Yun Nuoxing hurriedly sat down and couldn't help but say, with such a sudden and violent acceleration, if it were any other continent, it would have been smashed to pieces. The front, middle, and back parts would first be separated, then disintegrate and fall apart. "It looks like it's going to rush in." As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice trailed off, the shadow continent dived toward Wei Su's satellite with an acceleration and speed that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The tip of the shadow continent suddenly touched the layer of flames that had been absorbed. Suddenly, the entire shadow continent and the countless fragments around it were wrapped in a layer of flames of the same color. It was as if it had suddenly plunged into the sun. The dazzling light in all directions was dazzling, and if one looked at it for a long time, they would be blinded. At the same time, they were greeted by a heat wave that could burn the entire planet into a beautiful carboniferous object. Qing Lei woke up in a daze. When she saw the orange-red scene in front of her and the huge sun slowly descending, she immediately knew where she had rushed into. Her head tilted, and she fainted again. Yun Nuoshing felt that the girl was really unconscious this time. This was actually good news. God knew why such a thing suddenly happened, but since it had happened, it was useless to pursue it. Adhering to the mentality of taking things as they came, Yun Nuoshing had long been mentally prepared. When he rushed into this damned Yangdan realm, he was already mentally prepared to fight to the death with an army of 10 billion, although when he rushed in, he saw an even more terrifying scene. In short, he had always been in a state of readiness. He had long been prepared to blow up something, or be blown up by something. Within a few minutes, the shadow continent had rushed into the atmosphere of the Vesuvius satellite. All that could be seen were red and orange hues. The storm had disappeared, and in its place was a solid land. I've really seen a ghost this time. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. With a calm smile on his face, he said, a solidified land suddenly appeared on a planet full of strange gases and the power of divine destruction. Are you kidding me? The little angel glanced at him and shook her head helplessly. It was no wonder that he was so agitated. When they were so close, they had already taken a look at the strange satellite. Indeed, other than the storm and the gas mixed with the weak power of divine destruction, there was only a scorching liquid core in the center that was heated by the light of Wei Su. Then, when they rushed in, they saw a solidified land, as if a land created by storms and magma raging for countless years. That was a little too fake, but that was the truth. In fact, in their perception, the land was real and not an illusion. But if they were to look at the time a few dozen minutes ago, the situation inside the planet that they sensed could not be faked. So the truth could only be, anyway, something must have gone wrong after this strange satellite rushed to Mother's side. Yun Nuoshing carried Qinglei on his back and shrugged. I'm used to this kind of thing. It's okay, it can't scare me. Even if that remnant sun called Wei Su suddenly exploded with a bang, I won't show the slightest bit of surprise. The little angel looked at him and suddenly sighed and shook her head helplessly. This person's mouth. Sooner or later, he would say something big. Chapter 1236. The orange-red land stretched as far as the eye could see. There were barren mountains everywhere, and the sky was a warm orange-red color. It was the light of death emitted by a remnant sun. It was still warm, repeating the passion of tens of thousands of years ago or even hundreds of millions of years ago. The orange-red light dyed the land in this color. However, perhaps this land of death was originally this color, and the orange light was just an illusion. There was a violent storm in the sky, disturbing the atmosphere and connecting the heaven and earth. Even the earth was trembling. The wind that blew made the sky and earth blurry, constantly driving away the wandering travelers in the distance. However, they seemed to be completely unaware of this chase. Their footsteps were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The blurry, hazy storm was also sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed that the storm did not dare to push too hard and had no choice but to maintain a subtle distance. Big sister, although I don't quite understand, looking at your expression, you don't seem to be very happy? A sweet voice with a little liveliness and a hint of caution sounded in his ears. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked. Qinglei was looking at him carefully. She could not help but use more strength in her hand to grab his arm. After walking on this orange-red land for a long time, the storm continued to gather behind them. The wind blew in their faces, and they rolled and fought in some places. Her adventurer's outfit had long been stained with orange-red dust. Her face was also white and red. There was an unconcealable tiredness and weariness on her face, but she was still holding on. Her footsteps were already a little shaky. She had to hold on to his hand to continue walking. Yun Nuoshing had proposed to carry her on his back. Anyway, with his strength, carrying a person was no different from carrying a planet. Of course, this did not mean that Qinglei's weight was equivalent to a planet. Cough. Anyway, that was what it meant. They had been walking on this land of red soil and red sand for 2 days and 2 nights. At first, Qinglei found that the wind storm could not catch up with them. So she relaxed a little. She took the time to talk to Yun Nuoshing about the interesting things in the past, about her travels on the continent with the big guy, and exploring various places. When she told the stories, she did not forget to look at the surrounding environment with a vigilant look. Along the way, there was no exception to the orange-red wilderness. Occasionally, a mountain range would cross in front of her, but it was nothing special. It was just a habit of hers. Even if she had trained her physical strength by running, jumping, and crawling in some strange places all year round, she could not withstand such a long period of nonstop running and hurrying. The few times she rested were in the arms of the floating, luminous sister. It was not particularly long. She had been in a trance for a long time, but she still forced herself to be alert, as if nothing had happened. Yes, it had been 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, the satellite of Wei Su had left the orange-red sea of fire and entered deep into the galaxy. At that time, it would be more than 10 hours of night, and only a faint light shone on the orange-red land. The storm did not stop. If they did not stop, it would not stop either. In a short period of more than 10 hours, the satellite once again entered the sea of fire and continued to fall in the sea of fire. Yun Nuoshing looked at her tired face and stopped. He said, "I'm fine. There's nothing to be happy about anyway. Naturally, I can't smile. But you..." When Qinglei heard him mention her, she could not help but shrink her neck. She then heard him continue, "You've been holding on for a whole day. Fan, how are you going to hold on? Why don't you take a rest first? Eat something and sleep before you continue. You've seen the storm. It has been gathering for 2 days and 2 nights, but it still hasn't blown up. Although it's not to scare people, but if you keep going like this, you'll fall before the wind blows." Qinglei shook her head stubbornly. Her face was slightly pale. She felt uncomfortable when she stopped. I'm fine. I can still hold on for a while. Big sister, you guys are the ones who haven't eaten for 2 days. I've eaten everything. What about you guys? There's only a little left, Yin Nuoshing really wanted to say. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I would have enough food in my dimension to feed an entire planet. Huff, huff. Qinglei stopped to catch her breath. She waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. Let's keep going." Maybe we'll reach. Where is it? She was just trying her best to hold on, just like him at a certain time. She was trying her best to hold on, but she would never fall. She could not fall. He turned his head and looked around. It was a barren land. The color of the land was always monotonous, making people think that it was the only thing in the world. There was no hope at all. The sky was either shrouded in darkness or covered in flames. Qinglei was no longer afraid of the terrifying flames that could not affect her at all. She was almost numb. She moved her legs numbly and walked forward numbly. She did not know where she was going. She continued to walk forward after she finished speaking. Yun Nuoshing could not help but frown when he saw this. He quickened his pace and picked her up without any explanation. Then he carried her on his back and snorted softly. "That's enough. Why are you being so stubborn in front of me? Look at your face. You're going to faint soon. Why are you still holding on?" Qinglei screamed in her heart. She could not even make a sound. She subconsciously lay on his back and held his shoulders with both hands. There was a faint panic in her eyes as she said, "Big sister, but that's enough. Just lie on my back, obediently. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and glared at her. There are so many people in this world who want to be qualified but don't have it. You should be grateful to me for carrying you on my back once. Qing Lei couldn't help but laugh when she saw that he was pretending to be arrogant, but it was very unnatural. She removed her stubbornness and obediently laid on his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly, "Big Sister's body smells so good." Her breath was like orchids, causing his neck to itch and goosebumps to appear on his skin. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed unhappily in his heart. This girl, he didn't know how this mortal's body was able to endure these 2 days and 2 nights that could be said to be completely dark. "Big Sister, can we still go back?" "Yes, we will go back. I will bring you back." Yun Nuashing nodded without thinking. In fact, he had approached that continent twice in these 2 days. He could have directly sent this little girl back. He did not know if he was afraid of scaring the little girl or for some other reason, but he did not do so. There were soft murmurs in her ears. She was talking to herself, and the soft murmurs contained some longing. She still had some thoughts about that world, some regrets, some unfinished business, and some family members that she missed. Perhaps this was the reason that supported her to continue walking down this path. After a few whispers, the little girl finally fainted. Her arms around his neck drooped down weakly. Yun Nuashing stopped to take a look. Seeing her long hair hanging on his shoulder, he could not help but sigh softly. What do you think this girl is persisting for? Who knows? The luminous Big Sister, whose feet were off the ground, floated over from the side. She stretched out her slender hand and stroked Qing Lei's long hair. She said, "There is probably something that she cannot give up. There is something that she has to do personally to keep her going, just like you." Me? Yin Nuashing was stunned. It turned its head. Its deep golden eyes were shining with an inexplicable light. He did not understand it for a moment. Ever since it became one of his people, it had been imitating their appearance in his memory. Its behavior was 80% similar. Occasionally, he would mistakenly think that it was a little girl who had slipped to his side. At this moment, it was the first time he saw it with another expression. He actually could not understand it. He was also in a daze for a moment. Then he realized what it meant and could not help but laugh bitterly. He had been reincarnated for dozens of eras. It was as if he had been wandering in the gaps of the void, wandering on the edge of life. He continued to go on without stopping. Until now, he did not know what this life, these countless eras, was all for. He shook his head and did not say anything. He just carried Qing Lei on his back and continued to walk forward. The little angel looked at his back and could not help but murmur, "So, what are you persisting for?" It shook its head and followed him. He probably did not know the answer himself. The red soil covered the sky, and the storm in the distance never stopped. They walked between the heaven and earth without any signs of life. They walked forward aimlessly without any thoughts. They just repeated the action of lifting their feet and putting their feet down. They did not think about anything. This was a test of patience. Yun Nuashing and the others did not know why it wanted to do this. However, before they saw it, they could only do as it wanted. They did not care about anything else and could not care about anything else. The light in the sky dimmed a little, and the layer of orange flames faded away. Yun Nuashing and the little angel both stopped and looked up at this scene. A crack appeared in the layer of flame corona from the middle and then retreated to both sides. It was as if a giant ball was drilling out of a huge ocean. The water flowed in all directions from its top. "It's dark." Yun Nuashing sighed softly. This was the signal that the satellite was far away from the remnant sun. The sky was about to turn dark. He had already seen it twice. There was nothing to be surprised about. The little angel also watched for a while. It unconsciously flapped its white wings. The two of them stopped for a while and were about to continue their long journey. However, the sky suddenly changed. The fiery light came back. The sky was getting brighter and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The orange color was getting darker and darker, gradually turning into dark red, and then into gold. Yun Nuashing and the little angel paused for a moment, then turned their heads with their eyes wide open. They saw that the storm that was chasing them on the horizon had suddenly disappeared, as if the sky had suddenly become clear. At the limit of their vision, they could still see the grayish-white and black giant towers, which were not very far away. It was as if they had only been walking on the spot for the past 2 or 3 days, and had not walked far away. It was also as if they had just woken up from a dream, and then they saw a giant golden sun rising from the horizon with a rumble. The giant golden sun was releasing an incomparably warm light. The golden light seemed to want to melt the planet and swallow Yun Nuashing and the others. However, if it was just light and a star, it would not cause any harm to them. Even if they fell into the sun, it would just be like soaking in a hot spring. However, the scene before they fell into the water was extremely shocking and brilliant. What's going to happen this time? The little angel walked behind Yun Nuashing and wrapped her wings in front of him. This was a vigilant movement. The world did not play by the rules again. Although this was only the case for the past 2 or 3 days, it probably meant that something was going to happen again. The sun that was supposed to set suddenly appeared in front of them. To be more precise, the satellite suddenly turned in a circle and exposed the side that was not illuminated by the sun. Their buttocks were burning with pain. Well, that was what it meant. Ask me. Yun Nuashing blew out a breath of air in front of him. His divine power expanded in front of him along with the elements of nirvana, forming a circular energy barrier that was 1,000 feet wide, enveloping the entire land. Who am I supposed to ask? However, they could still see what was happening in front of them clearly. They were falling at this moment. Logically speaking, they should have floated up and fallen towards the wreckage of the sun as if they were falling from the sky. However, it was a very strange thing. No, since the world did not play by the rules, there was nothing strange about it. The satellite was falling towards the sun that was smaller than it was. In the end, no one knew whether it would swallow the wreckage or the wreckage would swallow it. Anyway, something is going to happen. I just don't know if it's a good thing or... Before Yun Nuashing could finish, the land suddenly trembled. Then, the entire satellite accelerated and fell downwards. The sight left Yun Nuashing and the little angel stunned. It was all too familiar. It happened when they stood on the shadow continent, and now it was happening again. While the two people were stunned, the satellite of Vesuvius was falling towards Vesuvius in a straight line at an unimaginable speed. It was like a person who had given up on struggling and plunged into magma, and just like that, they plunged in. The golden corona rapidly enlarged before their eyes. Yun Nuashing could feel the hot wind rushing towards them. Particles of light streaked past them. The light from countless years ago shone on him, causing him to squint slightly. In his line of sight, there was something wrong with the Vesuvius. Under the golden corona, there was a black hole faintly discernible. However, the layer of corona was very thick and was tainted with the power of the divine, destroyer of the satellite. It was a little abnormal and difficult to see through. It was like an illusion at a glance. This state did not last long. They watched as the golden light in front of them became brighter and brighter. Finally, they felt as if they had entered water and passed through the star corona. In their minds, there was the sound of falling into water. What entered their eyes was not a golden ocean. There was nothing strange. There was only darkness. This is really beyond my expectations. The little angel could not help but exclaim. They could not see the golden border in front of them. However, they could see a circular layer of gold behind them. It was like a surging flame. It was the sun of Vesuvius. Yun Nuashing shrugged, indicating that he was used to it. After all, he had lived for a long time and had seen many things. Such bizarre things were nothing to him. He had seen many of them. Although it was really magical, in front of them was an unknown darkness. It was as if they had rushed into the void. However, there was no smell of the void. It was not a land of nothingness either. It was just darkness, endless darkness. The shrinking golden circle behind them told them that they were going deeper into the darkness. He looked down and saw that the satellite of Vesuvius had disappeared. Only the 100 feet of land that was shrouded by his aura was left. Fortunately, there was still a place to stand. Yun Nuashing sat down cross-legged and placed Qing Lei on the ground beside him. He took out a soft pillow from his pendant and placed it on her. Then he started to wait in boredom. Say, where do you think we'll go this time? Where? It repeated and shook its head. I don't know, but I hate this dark place. I thought you would feel a sense of familiarity. Yun Nuashing smiled and raised his eyebrows at it. Isn't your world dark too? There's nothing. The little angel bent its knees and sat back to back with Haorun. It hugged its knees and said, So I hate it. After I came out and saw the reality, I hated it even more. It's dark, empty, and there's nothing. I'm the only one in the whole world. Yun Nuashing patted its head. You don't want to go back after seeing the prosperity of the reality? Yes. It admitted generously. It was probably the instinct of life to pursue beautiful things. Even a strange life like it was no exception. Yun Nuashing leaned back and stretched out his legs. He looked at the dark place in a daze. Gradually, he fell into a state of thinking about life again. He quickly woke up and casually found a topic to talk about. How long do you think it will take this time? There was no sound behind him. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. However, the back he leaned against was still warm. There was also a faint breathing sound, which meant that it was still here. It just didn't know why there was no sound. Maybe it was also in deep thought, looking at the dark space. It seemed like it had returned to its hometown. It was rare for a wanderer to come back. What was it thinking about? What are you thinking about? After a long time, Yun Nuashing finally couldn't help but speak again. This time, he reached out his hand and touched the pair of wings hanging by the side. This woke up the little angel who was thinking about life. Ah, are you in a daze? Yun Nuashing heard the movement and asked again. He was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said, Can't you hear those sounds? Yun Nuashing was shocked. His whole body trembled. Why did it sound like a ghost story? Sounds? What sounds? In this space, in the middle of this darkness, there are many, many sounds. He stretched out his slender finger and pointed at the dark and empty space. He said, There are many, many mixed sounds. I see many things and hear many things. What sounds did you eavesdrop on this time? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. I didn't hear anything. The little angel shook his head. I have such an ability. It's just that you don't like me listening to your thoughts, so I won't eavesdrop on your thoughts. It's just that you let me hear it when you're in my domain. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Then what did you hear? Sounds, just sounds. He was a little dissatisfied with the answer. He shook his head and thought for a moment. Then he said, It's like sleep talking. Dream. Yun Nuashing chewed on the word carefully. He was also deep in thought. Originally, he thought that this world was very similar to a dream. It was like the things that happened in a dream. It was like a crowded but peaceful world. All these changes were too strange. Everything happened too deliberately. Therefore, he felt that this was like a dream, but it was also a real world. This was not their dream. It was someone else's dream. They were travelers who accidentally barged into its dream. As for what the owner of this dream was thinking and what he intended to do, now was the time to find out what it wanted to do. In a dream, there are times when one is awake. He suddenly murmured. The little angel had already woken up from the indulgence of eavesdropping. Naturally, he heard his voice. He turned his head in confusion. Think about what you have seen before. Think about what we have encountered. In the beginning, in that world, it was a very clear world. Everything was carefully arranged. There were hundreds of races, a big world, recorded history, and endless legends. These were all very carefully arranged. Then we went to the Shadow Continent and went to the side of Wei Su's broken sun. What we saw gradually went against the balance. The balanced world began to fall apart, and chaos began to appear. Then we have entered here. As he listened to him, his heart trembled. Suddenly, he had a feeling. Do you think we are going deeper or deeper? I think it should be the shallow. But then there is no way to explain this dark and empty place. So we can only be going deeper. But the truth is not up to us. It is up to it. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. They should be going from one place to another in the dream. Of course, this statement was based on the premise that his previous guess was correct. This is an invitation ticket, a ticket to a certain place. Oh, no, we have already boarded the ship. Yun Nuoxing slowly stood up. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the front of the dark space. He seemed to have seen something passing by. It seemed that he had noticed something. Perhaps it was a subconscious reaction that he had noticed something. Or perhaps it was something else. Anyway, let's go. Chapter 1241. This answer did not exceed Yun Nuoxing's expectations. Ever since he knew that the Altar of Origin had crashed into the Yangdan realm and heard that the Yangdan realm had been abandoned, he felt that something was wrong with the overly beautiful world he encountered when he entered it. However, at that time, he did not really think that the world had anything to do with the altar. It was not until he saw the carving on the Shadow Continent that he confirmed this point. Originally, he just thought that the world that was deliberately carved had some special purpose. He did not expect that it was a world used to store the altar. The specifications were really high, using an entire world to store one thing. I'm sorry to cause you some trouble. Although I'm guarding the altar, I don't have much combat power. The altar itself has no defensive power. I have no choice but to ask for your help. The little girl glanced at Yun Nuoxing and smiled slightly. That altar, what is it used for? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask. He had been thinking about this thing for some time, but it was just pure curiosity. He was curious about the reason why the neurotic old ghost was so confident. He was curious about this thing that appeared in front of him in this era. As for what he coveted, he did not know what this thing that was floating in the void and void was. What could he covet? All this time, the only thing that drove him to look for this altar was his curiosity that could not be hidden in his heart. Other than that, he did not have any other thoughts. Of course, it was not entirely right to say that. He still held on to a glimmer of hope brought back from the distant future. After all, the old ghost's words had touched his heart a little. If this altar could really help him in some way, it was not impossible for him to fight for it. He did not know if this little sister who claimed to be the guardian of the altar was easy to talk to. What did she mean when she said, "It's not impossible for me to fight for it"? Altar. The little girl with long grayish-blue hair whispered softly, and said, "The altar is just an altar. The important thing is the thing that is enshrined on the altar. That is the thing that I really protect." "So what exactly is it?" Hui waved his hand and urged slightly. The little girl looked at them deeply, but hesitated and frowned. "I don't know how to say it. This is the biggest secret of the birth of this world. I can't tell if you can know this secret." "Huh." Hui opened his mouth and let out a strange cry. He had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Just as he was about to stand up and say something, Yun Nuoxing quickly pulled him back and shook her head. Only then did he slowly sit down and look at the person sitting opposite him with a strange gaze. In fact, he didn't know whether that person was human or not. The little girl shook her head and said, "Please do not be agitated. The object consecrated on the altar is not what you think it is, wandering the void to find someone or something. In truth, the object of consecration exists only because it exists. This world is the one created by the altar. It is used to store the altar and its offerings. It wanders in the void and wanders in the land of nothingness. Its essence is that it does not wish for too many lives to come into contact with it. It is not what you think it is looking for. What if something accidentally comes in like us, like that big guy just now?" Hui pointed outside with his finger and said. The little girl looked at them expressionlessly. A drop of sweat seeped out of her forehead, and her eyes were stiff. Yun Nuoxing looked at the little girl, who looked very calm on the surface, but was panicking on the inside. For some reason, she wanted to laugh, especially when she saw the little girl turn her eyes away after a few seconds. She couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. "Hey, don't ignore us," Hui said in a low voice with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing patted him on the shoulder and looked at the little girl, who was clearly panicking, with a faint smile. He laughed softly and said, "If that's the case, the object that the altar enshrines is related to the creation of the world. In your consciousness world, you once said that the altar of origins came from the creation of the world, or even before that. That was a world created by the consciousness of this world. It definitely has something to do with you. That period that the lower consciousness world refers to, can you change it to?" Yun Nuoxing twirled her finger and suddenly laughed in a low voice with echoes. "The creation of the world at the beginning of the Yuan realm." The little girl was sweating all over. She kept wiping the sweat off her face with her sleeves and didn't dare to look at them. She was a little girl who lived on the edge of the world of order and the world of non-order. She didn't have any intersection with any space or some kind of consciousness existence. Although she might have lived for a long time, she was far less experienced than Yun Nuoxing and the others. A few words and some details were enough for them to see a lot of things. "You just said that you can't tell, right?" Hui crossed his legs and put his hands on his knees. He lowered his head and let his short bangs hang down. The gloomy smile on his face made him look like a living villain. "Then, what is your judgment mechanism, Miss Guardian of the Altar?" "Well," the little girl showed a bitter smile on her face. She looked a little uneasy and a little embarrassed. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Actually, I've seen you before." "Ah." The little girl was stunned. She shook her head, without thinking. "I've never seen you before. Since the birth of this world, you and that chaotic life form are the first batch of life forms to visit this place. The altar is wandering on the edge of the world. It has also sensed the vision of some life forms that stopped here for a very short period of time. It was just a glimpse. No life has really come close to it. It's that glimpse that left some legends in our world. The mysterious altar wandering in the void, or something like that." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "Oh, right. When I said that I've seen you before, I meant that I've seen that altar. In the void, I had a glimpse. I also saw the thing that was enshrined on the top of the altar. It looked like this. He quickly drew out a long and thin thing with his hands. His movements were very fast and blurry. It was the thing that Yuan Shi had speculated to be placed on the two wooden sticks, the thing that the nightmare had jokingly called bread. To be exact, it was actually the dead man who saw it. He just saw what he saw. Seeing that his gestures were really similar, the little girl was shocked. Her face was full of sweat. The shape of his gestures was really similar to that thing. You really saw it. You saw it so clearly. A glimpse, that long thing. What is it? Yun Nuoshing smiled. The little angel could not help but roll her eyes. That was obviously someone else's memory, but she would not say it now. We thought about it and associated it with the fact that this guy would either lie still and sleep or go out for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, his doubts were cleared. God knows when he had seen it. Anyway, this old friend of his should be telling the truth. He should have seen that thing at some point. The little girl looked at him, a little confused. Suddenly, she let out a long sigh, shook her head, and said, "Actually, I don't know what is enshrined on the altar." Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth, and his jaw almost hit the floor. He really wanted to say, "Are you kidding me?" But he also wanted to see if she was joking. Unfortunately, this guy who lived on the edge of the world and the void did not seem to know how to lie except for being a little silly. No one should have taught her how to lie. This made him a little confused. The guardian of the altar did not know what it was that it was protecting. This was a little funny. The altar was a little uneasy. It was thinking, trying to come up with a conclusion, trying to guide the world, but it was very rigid and slow. We wandered in nothingness, wandering in the gaps of time. The movement of time is completely different from yours. Before it could come up with a conclusion, the non-sentient fellow had invaded this world. Perhaps because of its lack of sentience, we could not sense it and could not react. It had already barged in like a pure destroyer, causing destruction in this empty world that only had starlight. It even wanted to use its energy to erode this world. But in the end, it did not succeed as I used the power of this world to resist it. But before it was destroyed not long ago, it did not give up on devouring this world. This world was also badly damaged and may have to stand guard here for a long time. Perhaps. She was deep in thought, weighing something, but she quickly changed the topic. Although we are wandering in the edge of this world, we know this void very well. Why did I not know that this void gave birth to this strange life? It can't even be called life. This energy is from a certain, the person who created it said before that it is a certain kind of energy extracted from a very powerful life form, known as the sacred spirit. By the way, the sacred spirit here is not an ordinary sacred spirit. It may be a primeval heavenly deity. That kind of distorted energy that destroys the balance is called the abyssal death mist for the time being. It has wiped out the entire lower plane, and half of the middle plane has fallen. Now, all the lives in the upper plane and the surviving middle plane have joined forces to fight against it. You can say that the entire world of order is fighting to save itself. Yun Nuoshing did not have time to tell Hui about this. At this moment, Huey's face was also filled with horror. The abyssal death mist was an energy extracted from a powerful primeval heavenly deity. It was terrifying no matter how he heard it. The little girl pondered for a moment and said, "You called that energy the power of divine destruction, and said that the energy in my body is the same kind. What's going on?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "I didn't say that. It was the group who created the abyssal death mist." "Oh, that group is erased for the time being. They live in a place called the underworld. They said that it was the power of divine destruction, and the abyssal death mist is the mist of divine destruction. My power and your power are a little similar to the abyssal death mist, so we can consider it as a kind of divine destruction power. It was also because we found traces of the divine destruction power in that lower world that we thought that there was something wrong with that world. A strange creation born from the destruction of balance. However, it could not be punished by the correct rules. Its existence itself is wrong and chaotic, but it has been recognized by the rules of the void. It is not a wrong product born from a loophole. The little girl murmured. Then she looked up and sighed. Since the passing of the heavenly gods of origin, this void has really become a lot stranger. Yun knew washing, and we could not help but sit up straight when they heard those words. Their faces were solemn. The former could not help but ask, "You know the heavenly gods of origin, and the others?" "Not really." She smiled and shook her head. We just looked at each other from an extremely far distance in the void. The gods who represent the rules of this void, the guardians of this void, are so powerful and have such distinct characteristics. I can recognize them even if they don't say it. We hurriedly said, "You said that this void has changed a lot after they passed away. What was this void like when the heavenly gods of origin and the others were still around?" Well, the little girl looked a little conflicted. She furrowed her beautiful brows. "I can't really say. It's just that there are some changes in the dark. Some things that can't be seen or touched are slowly changing. That time, the storm of divine destruction, and the void shock disturbed this void. Many things have changed." Yun Nuashing and Huey's expression changed slightly. The void shock was probably the void shock 11 eras ago. After that shock, the entire void changed, becoming a little strange and uncoordinated. The great samsara of this era, the void shock, was not an unfathomable secret. About 5% of the people knew about it, which meant that only a portion of the heavenly gods knew about it. Logically speaking, those who lived in this void should not be able to sense anything wrong with the void. Otherwise, they would not be able to live in the same environment. Logically speaking, the heavenly gods would not be able to sense anything wrong with the void. However, the heavenly gods were an exception. This was especially true for the heavenly god of origin, who had transcended the constraints and could sense the void's problems more clearly. He could directly face the void's environment, which was the void shock. Therefore, the heavenly god of origin could sense that something was wrong. Undercurrents were surging and hidden injuries were everywhere. The two of them combined all these things and traced them back to the void shock 11 years ago, which was the end of the 39th era. Near the 40th era, the heavenly god of origin was the cause of the void shock. Based on these signs, they speculated that the void shock had not truly ended. The power of the storm of divine destruction had not completely poured out. In other words, there would be another void shock in the future, and it would happen at the end of the 59th era. Yes, Yun Nuashing knew about the void shock at the end of the 59th era, but we didn't. He didn't know that his old friend came from the future, and didn't know that he already knew. He still retained his understanding of the result that he had speculated with foam. In other words, the void shock could happen 5 or 6 years later. It could happen in the future, and it could happen after a dozen eras. It was something that happened in the void on its own. It was caused by the changes in the void, and it was the result of the void's self-activity. That's right. The effects left behind by the storm of divine destruction were the result of the storm of divine destruction after the deaths of the first great heavenly god and the others. It was like a hidden injury in the human body, which would flare up from time to time and cause unbearable pain. To put it bluntly, the birth of the void shock and the great samsara were all caused by the first great heavenly god and the others' deaths. That storm of divine destruction took away a lot of things and changed a lot of things. Its effect on the void was to leave behind a scar that would never be healed. These are also part of the effects caused by their deaths. It's only a part that you can sense, but it's already a rather important part. Perhaps, for the world of order, this is the most important part. That impact from the void will return the entire void to a state of zero. Nothing happened, nothing was born. It might happen in the next tens of thousands of years, or it might happen after a few eras. It might even continue to brew and not happen. The little girl stood up and bowed to Yun Nuwashing and the others. She said, "Follow me." Just now, the altar has already made its choice. After she finished speaking, she walked toward the passage that Yun Nuwashing and the others had come from. The three people looked at each other and hurriedly followed her. They were also very curious about the meaning of making a choice. "Hey, what do you mean by making a choice?" We couldn't help but ask as he hurried after them. The little girl didn't even turn her head. She said indifferently, "This world has been severely damaged. It can no longer be hidden for a short period of time. Now, the remaining shadow power in this world, the abyss death fog, is fading away like the ebbing tide. However, they have also destroyed a lot of things. It will no longer be safe to store that thing in this world. This world can no longer preserve that thing because of the loophole that appeared." Speaking of this, she turned her head and looked up at Yun Nuwashing with her grayish-blue eyes. She said, "You, who also possess the power of divine destruction, perhaps you can protect that thing well." Yun Nuwashing suddenly understood. To put it bluntly, this box had become tattered. Now, they had to use another box to protect it. No wonder, she said, "It's not impossible at that time. However, little girl, you have to know that I died once 8 years later. I may not be able to protect that thing for you. Now that the underworld is very rampant, who knows when it will die." He wanted to say it, but he forced himself not to. If he said it out loud, it might really be a disaster. Even if it wasn't a disaster, it might just brush past the truth. He was indeed very interested in the thing that existed on the altar. After talking for so long, I still don't know where the altar is. Speaking of which, we clearly saw an altar smashed into that world. Why did we find another world here? We asked. The appearance of the altar is just the shell of this world. It was formed by the energy that leaked out from the altar itself. It doesn't have any special meaning. The little girl said softly, "As for the altar, its main body is right under our feet." We was stunned for a moment. At this moment, they were already outside. The dim blue star was burning fiercely under their feet. The tongues of fire were reaching up to touch them. At this moment, the dim big star was rolling over and over. The internal sea of fire seemed to be a little abnormal. Yun Nuwashing noticed that the star was crazily shrinking. It shrank in circles as if it was about to collapse. It was like a huge liquid ball. After shrinking to a certain extent, it seemed to be pinched by a big hand from outer space, squeezing it into a big and small ball. We was worried that the liquid ball would be crushed. The sun seemed to be remodeled by someone on the spot. As it was compressed, it gradually changed into another appearance. It was the appearance of an altar. It was exactly the same as the altar that Yun Nuwashing saw in the old ghost's memory. Even the corners were the same. It seemed that the old ghost's memory was not bad. He could still remember the details when he was about to enter the reincarnation road. It was a black altar decorated with faint purple patterns, just like the color of the void. There was only a long grayish-blue staircase leading from the bottom to the top of the altar. It was ancient and filled with vicissitudes of life, exuding a majestic aura. They could vaguely hear the ancient sounds of worship, as if countless creatures were worshiping here day and night. That sound penetrated through time, reaching their ears from the distant past. A special sense of reverence unconsciously welled up in their hearts. It's no different from what I saw. I thought that the real altar would be more peculiar, said Yun Nuwashing. The little girl shook her head and said, "There's no difference. The altar is the altar. The appearance of that world is the same as this one, purple and black blended together, representing the color of the void. Apart from that, there's nothing else." She shook her head, waved her hand, and took the lead to rush down to the altar below. Yun Nuwashing and the others looked at each other and followed closely behind. They secretly looked at the top of the altar. It was blurry. With their eyesight, they should be able to see everything clearly from this distance. However, there were things that they couldn't see clearly. It was probably some protective measure of the altar. No wonder the guardian of the altar was so shocked when he said that he had seen that thing. When they landed on the top of the altar, Yun Nuwashing vaguely felt as if they had entered a layer of water membrane. He felt a slight chill in his body. He could feel the different nature of the space inside and outside. He suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps this was the place that was truly protected by this world. The three of them casually looked at this place. It was very spacious. After all, it was a star that had shrunk to half its size. There was nothing special about it. The only thing worth paying attention to was perhaps the only thing stored in this isolated space. The little girl was standing there, seemingly waiting for them to come over. Yun Nuwashing and the others slowly walked to her side. However, they saw that the side of the little girl's face was a little sweaty. They couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the place in front of them. There was a rectangular altar placed at the top of the altar. There was a wooden stick at the two furthest ends. There was a fork at the top of the wooden stick. A skewer of meat was placed at the top, and a fire was lit at the bottom. It looked like, oh, they digressed. There should be something placed on the two wooden sticks. What's wrong? Aren't you going to take it out? Yun Nuwashing asked casually. The little girl wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuwashing with a frightened face. It's gone, huh? Hui Gui shouted. What did you say? She pointed at the wooden stick in front of her with a trembling hand and said, the thing that was enshrined on the altar. It's right there, but it's gone. Yun Nuwashing and Hui Gui's expressions were so stiff that they seemed to have been frozen in the cold wind of the southern ice realm for hundreds of billions of years. Only the little angel could still smile. He clapped his hands while laughing. Wonderful, wonderful. Another wasted trip. Chapter 1242. The starfield was empty, cold, and colorless. The altar, which was a mixture of purple and black, stood in the starry sky. It seemed to make a rumbling sound when it passed through the starfield. It was ancient and grand. On the grand altar, the four people looked at each other. One of them had a holy smile on his face, as if he did not care about anything. The other two looked confused, and the last one was so anxious that his little face was covered in sweat. What's missing? What do you mean by missing? Yun Nuwashing stretched out her finger and twirled a strand of long hair that was hanging down. She was so confused that she could not come back to her senses for a while. He looked at the small altar at the top of the altar next to him. There seemed to be something placed on the two wooden sticks. It was a long, unknown object that Nightmare had jokingly called bread. The altar in front of him was the one that Old Ghost had told him about. He was sure that there was nothing wrong with it. You're not playing with us, are you? Huey's cheeks trembled. He looked at the little girl with grayish-blue hair, with a slightly unfriendly expression. The guardian of the altar looked back at him, but she did not even have the strength to argue. She smiled bitterly and said, I'm the guardian of this altar. I've been watching over this altar and this world for countless years. Just as you think, I've been watching over this altar and this world since the creation of the Yuan realm until today. It's gone. I'm even more anxious than you guys. What exactly is that thing? Hui saw that she did not seem to be pretending to be nervous, so he believed her words. He turned around and walked to the rectangular altar, squatted down, and used his hand to measure the gap between the two wooden sticks and the length of the unknown object. He said, "Bread," puffed, Yun Nuashing, and the little girl both spat out mouthfuls of saliva. He was now seriously suspecting whether Yuan she was Huey's reincarnation. Why were his words and expressions exactly the same? Seeing the altar guardian's face darken, Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up and said, "It's gone, it's gone, cough, cough." Then what exactly was placed on the altar? Hearing his serious question, the little girl's face looked slightly better. She did not answer immediately, but looked at the empty altar for a long time, so long that we could not help but think that she was going to commit suicide in front of them. She suddenly sighed helplessly. "Maybe it has disappeared a long time ago, but I just found it now. Have you heard of the core of the primordial realm?" Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and shook their heads. This sounded like something related to the primordial realm. They had never heard of it before. It did not exist in the ancient records. At least in their memories, there was no news related to these four words at all. The core of the primordial realm. Sounds like it has something to do with the great primordial realm. Is it closely related to our 8 elements realm? Yun Nuashing murmured and shook his head. "I've never heard of it. What's that thing for?" "The core of the primordial realm. The one I'm guarding is the core of the 8 primordial realm. It's like a small world. A planet has a small core of the realm, and a world-like cluster has a large core of the realm. The rules and everything that each world carries are in the core of the realm. It is the carrier of energy, connecting this world to the next level and constantly exchanging energy. The energy of the world-like cluster is connected to the void through the core of the world-like cluster and obtains infinite energy. The energy inside the world-like cluster will also be renewed, connecting with the world inside through the smaller core of the realm inside. I'm sure that with your level, you already know all of this," she said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. This did not involve any secrets. With their current position, they could easily understand it with a little research and investigation. However, at the mention of this, a terrifying thought rumbled in his mind, making him shudder involuntarily. You're not going to say that this so-called core of the primordial realm is the source of all of this, are you? The energy of the void was infinite, but where did the energy of the void come from? The answer was that it came from itself. The self-activity of the void gave birth to infinite energy, allowing the world that lived in the void to have inexhaustible energy. At the same time, because the energy of the void was infinite, this world also had countless opportunities. He once asked Hui a question that involved the self-activity of the void. What was the basis of its activity? Was there some judgment mechanism, some judgment condition, or some rule of the void silently operating in a place that they did not know? From a direct view, the void was too serious day after day, and its relationship with time was rather vague and ambiguous. There was no time, no space. Among all the time that life gave, only the void remained unchanged, operating precisely day after day. Sometimes he could not help but think about that question, but he never had an answer. The void itself was the representation of nothingness. To be born from nothingness required a precise and miraculous occurrence. That miracle, all right, he was going a little too far. Now was not the time to talk about the origin of the void. He was just scared by those words. It's as you said. The little girl shrugged and nodded at Yun Nuashing, who was in a daze. When the great primordial realm was born, before the land of nothingness was filled and the void was filled, the core of the primordial realm had already appeared. There was the core of the primordial realm first, and then the 8 primordial realms were born. Hui crossed his arms and pondered. Then why is it called the core of the 8 primordial realms, and not the great primordial realm? Between the 2 primordial realms, there is a thick primordial realm barrier guarding it. You can see it as the core of the primordial realm's self-defense mechanism to prevent errors in the flow of energy and information between the 2 primordial realms. The little girl paused for a moment. She seemed to be avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. Then she turned the topic back. The great primordial realm now refers to the 8 primordial realms today. But when the world was created, only a piece of the void was born in the land of nothingness, a primordial realm. We all know that the great primordial realm later exploded for unknown reasons and became the great primordial realm today. The primordial realm is divided into 8 realms, right? Hui said. The little girl nodded and said faintly, corresponding to what you know, the core of the primordial realm in the beginning was destroyed for unknown reasons and divided into 8 parts. In other words, not long after the great primordial realm was born, the core of the primordial realm was like a star that was in the process of being constructed. Before it could create its own galaxy by seizing materials, it was blown into 8 parts. And today, 8 pieces of the void were born, which is the 8 primordial realms that you know. There were 8 cores of the primordial realm, which corresponded to the 8 pieces of the void. 8 primordial realms. They ruled the survival of the void. That was what it sounded like at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem right. Wait. The little angel heard something and couldn't help but ask, all the activities of the void, the birth, destruction, and decline of the void, are all the orders of the core of the primordial realm? Not so. The process of the void is not controlled by anything but the result of the void's own activities. Just like an ordinary life, birth, aging, illness, and death, this law also applies to the void. It's just that this set of operating laws is difficult for the life that lives in the void to understand, and they can't understand how the void's activities are carried out. As for the core of the primordial realm, it had already completed its task long after they created the void. But it is still a shell that carries the information of the entire void. It was the very first origin that created the void. The void released all things, and after everything was released, all that was left was an empty shell. No, it wasn't an empty shell. It also carried the information of the entire void. It was the shadow of this void. Listening to what you said, if the void's activities are normal, nothing should happen. Then what if something abnormal happens? Hui raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. The little girl looked at him and frowned thoughtfully. What do you mean? Disease, Yin Nuashing said faintly, just like how living beings can fall sick. The void. No, for the void, that was a trauma. 11 years ago, something happened in the void, causing something unknown to the void. That storm of divine destruction may have affected many, many things, and will continue to affect it. Hui and I speculate that there will be more void turbulence in the future, but as for when it will happen, we don't really know. Because of the fall of the heavenly god of origin, this void seems to be missing something, or perhaps because of their fall, something was destroyed. At this time, will the core of the primordial realm, which is only an empty shell, do something? Hui said, since it carries the information of the entire void, then it should be able to recreate a complete void. She thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not sure about that either. I still don't know if the core of the primordial realm will do something, because something went wrong in the void. Logically speaking, the core of the primordial realm, which has carried out the original order, should not have any special effects. Their task has been completed, leaving only an empty shell that contains the information of the entire void. Even so, this shell still has some influence on the void, which is why I have to ask for your help. That big thing seems to know something since it broke into this world. It has been destroying, but not the kind of irrational destruction, but digging 3 feet into the ground. Yun Nuoshing looked up and said faintly, as if it is looking for something, it even hibernated. If we did not appear, it would have dug a hole in this world sooner or later. Dig a hole, and then what? She could not help but ask. Yun Nuoshing and we were both stunned. They looked at each other and fell into deep thought. The underworld, the god who mentioned the existence of the previous era, the underworld also survived the previous era. After surviving the turbulence of the void and the storm of divine destruction, they might know something. Assuming they know, that is, assuming they know the existence of this core of the primordial realm. Now the topic of discussion was like nonsense from east to west, from west to north, and back to east again. It was as if they had gone crazy, but the few of them were able to follow the topic logically and did not fall behind. Yun Nuoshing looked solemn. Hey, are you sure that this core of the primordial realm is just a shell? Is it really useless? The little girl looked at him and showed a bitter smile, but shook her head gently. Didn't I say that even if it is the core of the primordial realm that has completed its mission, it still has some influence on the void? It does not have the function of reversing, so it will not take back the void that it has released and then reshape it. However, it is a carrier that has the information of the entire void, a conceptual existence. It should not be difficult to use it to do something to this void. Do something. Hui was stunned. He frowned and said, For example, changing the characteristics of a part of the void, or distorting the existence of the void, writing the rules of the void, part of the rules, and so on. The little girl tugged at her grayish-blue long hair. These are all very limited. If you ask me, those are not as effective as its immediate effect. The core of the primordial realm is the carrier of this void. It is an infinite container with infinite energy. If you add what I said just now, it is also a thing that can be used to change and distort something, being able to write the rules of the void. Even if it is only a part of it, naturally it can be used to do something big and small in all the rules under the void. Is this how the abyssal death mist was created? We suddenly felt a chill. Before this idea was confirmed, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. I just said that Qing Qi said that the abyssal death mist, which is the mist of divine destruction, was extracted from the body of a primeval god who had lost consciousness. I think it has nothing to do with this. Judging from the scene and the way they communicated at that time, it should not be fake. There is no need for them to suddenly put on a show in front of an empty void, unless they are 2 actors. We thought for a while and felt that it was true. 2 guys walking together, suddenly putting on a show in front of the void, other than going crazy. There was no other explanation. Looking at how busy the people of the underworld were now, especially 2 primeval gods, no one would have the time to suddenly put on a show in front of the void. My intuition tells me that they are looking for the core of the primordial realm. The little angel suddenly said. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and did not ignore its words. It was created by the abyssal death mist. In some ways, it was also one of the creations of the people of the underworld. Perhaps between the creations and the creator, there would occasionally be a telepathic connection or something. Moreover, his intuition told him that it was the same. Even if the people of the underworld were not looking for the core of the primordial realm, they could be doing something even stranger. And now, looking at it from another perspective, they were scraping across the void inch by inch, forming a huge encirclement that did not let anything escape. Wasn't it like fishing for fish? Except that they were not fishing for fish, The world of order. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her bangs and said softly that Qing Chi once said that the world of order, they, the people of the underworld, from his tone, seemed to hate the existence of the world of order. If this is true, they are stirring up the void, and at the same time are looking for the core of the primordial realm. If this conjecture is true, are you saying that they want to rewrite the rules of the void and change the order of the void? Hui understood what he meant, but he could not help but shake his head and laugh. No matter what, it's impossible to rewrite the order of the void. Don't look at me like that. Won't it make me look stupid? What, you all think so? If that's the case, indeed. The little girl nodded and said, I've said it before. I guard the world of the altar and wander in the void. It's like wandering in the gaps of the world, and I don't have any intersection with any world. I've also seen the abyssal death mist that you mentioned. When they gather together in large numbers, that world, that place, and that void will be subject to a malevolent distortion effect. The existence of the abyssal death mist. I've personally experienced the power of the abyssal death mist. Their existence is to distort everything. The power of that big guy has always affected this world from the depths. When I was mobilizing the energy of this world, I had to give up a part of the distorted energy. In the end, I destroyed part of the sky as if I was cutting off flesh just to get rid of the distorted part, a bunch of distorted life forms. Hui asked. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and shook her head. That Qing Chi did not give me that feeling. I've seen how the power of divine destruction distorts a life form, and I know a little about it. At least, that primeval heavenly god still looked like a normal heavenly god. You've seen, those who are killed by your elements of destruction usually die a horrible death. Hui nodded and skipped the topic. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel were speechless. That was clearly not what he meant. He wanted to say that in the future, Xianyue had been turned into something that was neither human nor ghost by the elements of chaos. What did he mean by witnessed? He had experienced it personally. That kind of chaotic and distorted life structure could be sensed the moment he released his aura. That Qing Chi did not have such a distorted feeling. Primeval heavenly god. It's a pity that we haven't stepped into that realm. Otherwise, we might know something. Hui rubbed his forehead with a headache. But one thing is for sure. They should not belong to the world of order and are at odds with the world of order. Feng, based on what you know now, what I said can be considered a conclusion, right? Yun Nuoxing pinched a strand of hair. Theoretically, you can say that. Then it's settled. Hui clapped his hands happily. What you saw was the primeval heavenly god. People of that realm would definitely have a way to solve their own problems. This is not surprising. The power of divine destruction. The power of divine destruction. Oh, right. The world where the underworld is. Maybe it was because they messed with the abyssal death mist that the order and rules collapsed. So, they came out to look for the core of the primeval realm? The little girl glanced at him faintly. It's a far-fetched explanation, but it's a little reasonable. We can't completely deny it. The little angel pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear. In your memory, the underworld finally broke through the realm of the gods. I didn't see that part of the memory clearly. Do you know anything about it? Yun Nuoxing's ears itched, and his face turned slightly red. He shook his head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, when I arrived as Quarter Moon, it was the 62nd era. There were no signs of the underworld people. History did not remember them, and no one remembered the Dark Age. The battle at the end of this era was as if they had never come. All traces of them disappeared with the great samsara at the end of this era. At first, I speculated that they must have some purpose for sweeping the entire void, but I still can't figure it out. but maybe Hui was right by accident. They are looking for the core of the primeval realm to change, or for some other purpose. He stammered twice, but shook his head, as if he did not agree with this point of view. However, he did not have a better way of saying it, so he fell silent for a while. Seeing that the few of them did not have a clue, Yun Nuoxing helplessly scratched his head and spread his hands. Then, here comes the question. Where did the core of the primeval realm go? The few of them were stunned. This is indeed a question. Where did the thing that had been left in this place for countless years go? Chapter 1243. The core of the primordial realm contained all the information about the birth of this void, as well as unlimited energy. Such a thing would be a sacred object that billions of lives would fight over in any world, a source of disaster. But there was a problem because no life of order knew about this thing. Even if the core of the primordial realm changed the void, changed the rules of the void, and did something to the void that already existed, no one knew about this thing. At present, it was inferred that the people of the underworld probably knew about the existence of this thing. Actually, this result was already very dangerous. After all, the power of the underworld now occupied most of the void. God knows if they would find something after digging 3 feet into the ground. I'm curious. Perhaps it was because the situation was a little tense. Huey's tone was a little hurried. It was mainly because the conjecture made him too uneasy. As the guardian of this altar, you don't even know when the thing it worships has disappeared. The little girl smiled bitterly as she pulled her long hair and shook her head. I have never summoned the altar. Of course, it's impossible for me to know when the core of the primordial realm disappeared. To put it bluntly, it's a dead object placed there. No other thing in this world has ever entered. Even if it wanted to enter, it would not be able to bypass my supervision and secretly take the core of the primordial realm away. That big guy stayed in this world and destroyed it for 100 million years, but it still couldn't. Thinking about how she had dealt with the situation for 100 million years, she was too embarrassed to continue. Her little face was slightly red, and she stammered for a while. In short, it's definitely not stolen. Could it have grown legs and run away on its own? Hui rolled his eyes. After eliminating all possibilities, there's only one possibility. The little girl smiled bitterly, but she had guarded this place for so many years. But she had no explanation now. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the two arguing, but said nothing. He frowned and thought about something else. In the history and the future, he knew the War of the Dark Age and the chaos caused by the underworld eventually affected the entire great primordial realm. With the combat power of the underworld, they had more than a dozen heavenly gods of the primordial realm, or even more. If they could deal with the 8 primordial realms, they could naturally overturn the other primordial realms. But if it was not necessary, they should not have scattered their forces like that, nor would they do anything meaningless. The cores of the primordial realm. There are 8 of them, right? Yun Nuoxing suddenly said, startling the little girl, and Hui. She glanced at the former and nodded. Yes, since the original core of the primordial realm split for unknown reasons, 8 cores of the primordial realms were born, and thus 8 primordial realms were born. The cores of the 8 primordial realms are the splits of the original core, and also the one with the highest composition. In that case, Yun Nuoxing nodded and said faintly, it's easy for them to find the cores of the primordial realms in the lower realm. The atmosphere on the altar suddenly turned cold, except for Yun Nuoxing. The other 3 people all widened their eyes in horror. Yun Nuoxing glanced at them and said faintly, that is the splits of the original core of the primordial realm. Every void is more or less connected to the 8 primordial realms. According to the shadow information, the 7 primordial realms and the 8 primordial realms are the most similar, all the way down to the 3 primordial realms and the 1 primordial realms. No matter how many changes there are, there will still be some similarities with the 8 primordial realms. Then the information, rules, and everything contained in the cores of the primordial realms that released all these, it is estimated that it can also have a great impact on the void, even if it does not belong to the void that they released. The little girl's face turned pale. After getting this answer, Yun Nuoshing could not help but let out a long sigh. It seems that we are going to be busy. We not only have to take care of the 8 primordial realms, but also the other primordial realms. But how can we have so much power to use? Hui laughed bitterly. He also instantly understood the relationship between the 2 realms. However, the underworld had the abyssal death mist, something that could endlessly devour energy and divide it into power. They were all living forces, and just dealing with the situation in the 8 primordial realms was already so troublesome. How could they have the strength to take care of the other primordial realms? When the origin heavenly gods' protection failed, the heavenly gods who crossed over to the lower realm were already strong enough to wipe out everything. In other words, if they really wanted to help defend the other primordial realms, they would have to divide more power to go to the other primordial realms. The first heavenly god's protection has failed. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed. This was not completely unexpected. 11 eras ago, the origin heavenly gods had fallen, and the rules that protected the greater primordial realms had disappeared. But why did the first heavenly god's protection recover so many years later? At that time, when they crossed over to the 5 primordial realms, they could clearly feel the suppression. Only chaos, and Ji Kuan could barely break free and not be restricted. All the origin heavenly gods have fallen, and there have been changes in the void. I've mentioned it before, but after all, there is not much communication between the 2 primordial realms, so no one noticed this. The little girl sighed and said, "Perhaps there are still people from the lower realm who came to the upper realm, but on the other hand, there are not that many now that the 8 primordial realms has caused this incident. Not many people know about it even after 11 eras." Well, there was silence again, and it was a dead silence. At this point, there was nothing special to say. No matter what nonsense they spouted, it was still the word war. Yun Nuoshing looked at Hui, then at the little girl, and sighed. Just as he was about to return home and have a good rest, Hui suddenly raised his head. His sparkling eyes contained some kind of determination that stunned him. The lower primordial realms. If it's really as you guessed that the underworld is collecting the so-called core of the primordial realms, then the lower primordial realms still have to be protected. It's just that we really can't muster that much power. Huey's eyes were like 2 torches, as if something was burning fiercely. That's right. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at him with some confusion. If they can protect their own primordial realms. As for the problem of power, the entire 8 primordial realms is just the underworld, but there are endless worlds in the void. The timeline world, the worlds hidden in the void, as long as they are discovered, their existence will become substantial. Worlds are born from observation. This is a saying. In fact, they already exist there, but they haven't been discovered, so they are treated as if they don't exist. Yun Nuoshing nodded, but still didn't understand why Hui brought this up. If they had the time to look for more worlds and seek more help from other worlds, it would be better to think about how to make good use of the power at hand, and leave the task of looking for new worlds to others. Hui glanced at him and was silent for a while. Then he said, "In fact, Feng, the pillar of creation, the realm of the gods, was created by the heavenly god of origins. You know this, but there's another point. The realm of the gods still contains part of the power they left behind." "You know this?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Nonsense! How could he not know?" He had already used it once, and even killed a heavenly god of the primordial beginning. The underworld has rubbed several timeline worlds together, creating a lot of void in the origin world. There are many worlds that have never been seen before, but they didn't merge those timeline worlds together. It's just like a few unrelated ropes condensing into a strand. The tributaries converge in the rivers and seas. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He had some guesses. Say it. I have a general idea of what you want to say. And I have a general idea of what I would say. Hui waved his hands a little excitedly. The pillar of creation, the origin pillar, it contains the power and divine authority of the heavenly god of origins and the others. Divinity, that's a trick. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. That's right. I copied all of those with the authority granted to me by the realm of the gods. Then, with a boom, I set off the heavenly god of the primordial beginning like a firework, and made myself look like this while I was at it. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Feng, I'm not talking about those. Perhaps you didn't sense those. Your understanding of the pillar of creation in the realm of the gods is not as deep as mine. You know that there are those energies inside, but you haven't touched them. Yun Nuashing nodded, pretending to be honest. Why would he study other people's energies when he had nothing better to do? That was the energy left behind by the heavenly god of origins and the others. It was something that they left behind, and it was unfathomable and unexplainable. After knowing that, he was too lazy to think about whether he could use that energy for anything. He was only forced to use it to set off fireworks once not too long ago. Hui saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, and smiled even more bitterly. But the authority granted to us by the realm of the gods allows us to analyze and touch those energies. Yun Nuashing was stunned. You can understand those mixed messages, like the noise when the void is destroyed, and the meaningless noise when the world barrier is created in the instant when a world is born? Yes. Hui saw his confused expression, and suddenly felt that he had guessed something wrong. He was also stunned. Have you also touched it, but you can't? Nonsense, I know everything about the realm of the gods, including those things. Do you really think that I don't know or that I won't do anything? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The key was that he couldn't do anything at all, so he could only copy the whole thing and set it off like a bomb. Cough, cough. Then why did you nod? Hui glared at him. If I didn't nod, would you have continued? Hui laughed dryly and quickly waved his hand. Cough, cough. Anyway, I can more or less understand those energies. Feng, you can only use them as pure energy, right? Yes. This time, Yun Nuashing really answered honestly. After all, he really couldn't do anything special with those energies. He could only blow them up. Hui pondered for a moment. Maybe it was because of some differences between the two divine positions. He wasn't very clear about the specifics. Anyway, he knew very well that he could make good use of that energy. Seeing that he suddenly became silent and seemed to be thinking about something, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but urge him. Tell me, why did you mention that energy? If I have a way to activate the origin heavenly god's protection for the Yuan realm, what do you think will happen? Hui suddenly laughed sinisterly. Yun Nuashing frowned. Now that the Yuan realm had lost the protection of the origin heavenly god, in fact, that protection wasn't something that was too secret. It just suppressed the divine authority and divinity of the upper realm life forms that went to the lower realm. In other words, the life forms that went down from the upper realm wouldn't be much stronger than the life forms in the lower realm. This was the real effect of that protection. If it was genuine, even the heavenly gods would be suppressed when they went to the lower realm. Moreover, it wouldn't be like dozens of eras later, when they could easily break free. Probably, The life forms in the lower realm would have the power to defend themselves, Yun Nuoxing said. Hui smiled and nodded. There was a touch of madness and eagerness on his face. His hands made an action like wrapping a rope, and then he tightened it with all his strength. If all the worlds in the timeline are pulled into the origin world, what do you think the situation will be like? That will cause the Sea of Time to collapse. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. The last sentence was as he expected. He had already guessed a little, but he didn't expect Hui to have such an idea. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. It was like pulling a few stars that were separated by countless distances into the same orbit, but their mass and speed didn't change. In the end, they would only disappear with a few hurried and short collisions, and only the residue would be left. Yes, our power can't. We let out a relaxed smile. That's why I brought up that power. We can't do it safely, but others can. The power of the heavenly God of origin. The eyes of the little girl, who had been listening, silently lit up slightly. What a crazy idea. The power that belongs to the heavenly God of origin is used by other gods without permission. Do you know the consequences? The consequences, of course there will be, but it won't necessarily be very dangerous. Hui smiled. Think of those energies as a magic circle, and we only need to use their power as a key, and use the key to drive the power that they left behind. Key. Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. To be called a key, it also has the power of the heavenly God of origin. It seems he saw Hui look at him, and he roughly understood the core of the heavenly God of destruction's scepter. The energy of that core is now in an open state, and it's not impossible to borrow it and use it. Moreover, it also belongs to the heavenly God of origin, and it's most suitable to drive them. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and let out a long breath. Then what are you going to do? As you can see, Hui repeated the action just now. Timeline resonance. I want to wake up all the timeline worlds in the void. Condense them into a force. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his forehead with a headache. This idea is very dangerous, very crazy, and even he had never thought of it before. However, it was indeed a way they had already come to this point, and there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, there was no need to worry about those newborn forces. When the disaster comes, they will naturally rise up and fight back, although this move seems unkind, involving seemingly unrelated worlds and whatnot. Is this really okay? He could not help but frown his silver-white long eyebrows and muttered, "That's other worlds, right?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head, his eyelids drooping slightly. The situation has already come to this point, so we can't care so much anymore. As I said before, this is a matter of the entire Deyuan realm. Since the underworld and the others have already involved the other timeline worlds, why don't we involve more and make this empty void livelier? Anyway, if it's really as we think that they are looking for the core of the primordial realm, and if they really find it, they can change the void into whatever they want. The heavenly God of primordial beginning is an existence in the same realm as the heavenly God of origins. If it's them, they can indeed use the core of the primordial realm to do a lot of things. The little girl sighed and said, "I'm not too sure about your matters. I'll just go and find the core of the primordial realm and bring it back." Didn't you say that your world can't move now? We looked at her in shock. The little girl's body trembled, and she suddenly squatted on the ground dejectedly. Her face was lifeless, and looking at that dejected look, it seemed that there was really no way out. She was not lying. She was dejected for a while, and suddenly jumped up, her face full of anger. "Forget it. This world will just stay here. Anyway, it can't be moved for a while. Just hide here. I'll go out and find it myself." Yun Nuashing and Hui smiled bitterly. Is this okay? This little girl was also a person of her word. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved swiftly. With a wave of her hand, she threw Yun Nuashing and the others out and let the altar turn back into the dark blue star. Then, she sealed this already devastated world and set up a dozen defenses in the void. Only then did she feel at ease and clapped her hands and said to the few people who were thrown out in confusion, "Okay, that's it." Yun Nuashing looked at the small dot in the void, which was so dim that it was almost invisible, fusing into the land of nothingness, and was covered by the void. Only then did she come back to her senses and looked at the chaotic space in front of her. They were thrown into the Yongdan realm, and this space was cut by Hui a few hours ago and thrown into the land of nothingness. Now, the energy from the void and the land of nothingness was swallowing this huge world. The abyss death fog and whatnot were probably dead when they were thrown into the land of nothingness. Wait a minute, the little angel exclaimed, and quickly loosened her curled wings and put down Qing Lei, who was still sleepy. You forgot about her. The air suddenly became quiet for a while. The little girl stared blankly at the girl with long hair like fire and slapped her face. You came out, but why did you bring a package? Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, ahem, anyway, that's what happened. So what should we do? What can we do? The little girl sighed and rolled her eyes at him. She stretched out her hands and caught Qing Lei. Then she took out the world that she had just hidden. She hugged Qing Lei and went inside. After a while, she came out. Did you bring it back? Yun Nuashing asked. We went back, and cleared up some complicated things while we were at it. The little girl waved her hand and said helplessly, well, it's not something you should care about anyway. Is it really okay this time? I really hid it well this time, so I won't dig it out. It's okay, but you didn't forget this place, did you? Yun Nuashing looked at her and said, No, I won't. The little girl shook her head and said, I'm a part of that world. No matter where I am, I can easily find it. I won't forget. Okay, that's it. I'm busy. You guys do your things. I'll go look for the core of the primordial realm. I know where you are. I won't forget the unique aura of that world, and I'll look for you when the time comes. She quickly left these words and disappeared. The speed at which she shuttled through the void made Yun Nuashing and the other scalps tingle, as expected of a strange thing that had been wandering in the void for countless years. Once she moved in the void, they could not find any aura at all. The little angel stared blankly as she disappeared, and then turned to look at Yun Nuashing and the others. What about now? Are we really going to do that? Timeline resonance. Hui nodded with 1,000,000 points of determination, and Yun Nuashing could only nod helplessly as well. We're forced by the situation, and there's no other way. Causing chaos in other people's worlds. I've only thought about such a bad idea before, but I've never really thought about doing it. But there's no other way. If the underworld's purpose is really as such, and they really succeed, I don't need you to know the relationship between the two. Yun Nuashing covered her face with her hand. It's settled then. There's going to be a big movement this time. And I don't know if my body can still take it. Huey's expression froze. He had been talking for a long time, but he had forgotten about this matter. Even if he used the core of the divine destruction scepter to drive those energies, there would still need to be someone outside to help. Although he did not know why he could understand those energies, but Maple could not. This matter had huge implications, and to ensure that nothing went wrong, it was best for the two of them to deal with it together. It's okay. Yun Nuashing smiled at Hui, who looked a little worried, and shook her head. There's no other way. Someone has to do these things. In the realm of the gods, there's no one more suitable than us, the second divine title of the realm of the gods. Heh, it's settled then. Let's go back and rest for a while, and then we'll deal with this matter. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and walked casually in the void, as if she was taking a stroll. It seemed like a casual decision, but it was the real trigger for the war in the realm of the Great Yuan in the future. It was the situation that the two of them had personally pushed forward. It was just that one of them knew the meaning and the outcome, and even though he knew, he still chose to do it, while the other was gambling on everything. Hui looked at him and was a little stunned for a moment. He did not know why, but he kept feeling that this old man seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. When he turned and left, he looked like he had already known everything. Hui thought that he would see some hope when he proposed the timeline resonance. I'll bring him back first. The little angel waved her hand in front of Hui. Well, he's also tired. You should deal with the matters at the front line of the void first. It's very important, so I suggest that you handle it carefully. Handle it carefully? Hui was slightly stunned. Handle what carefully? He wanted to ask clearly, but the little angel had already caught up with Yun Nuashing. She hugged him and disappeared into the gap between the void and the land of nothingness. Hui could only laugh bitterly, turn around, and disappear. Wei Su's satellite shone weakly on the snowy plains below. The orange storm belt still existed on its body, blowing a never-ending hurricane. Suddenly, a small shadow floated over from the side, blocking the light above it. The light that shone on the continent was also covered with a layer of darkness, making the night even darker. She woke up in a daze and saw this scene. The dark clouds had disappeared at some point. This was the snowy plains. Ah, she remembered. Not long ago, she was still running on the snowy plains, surrounded by dead beasts. It seemed like she had been chased for a few days. She fainted from exhaustion. Even in her dreams, she kept running without stopping, as if she could never stop. The bone-piercing cold once made her think that she would die, but in the cold, she felt a very warm breath. That warmth was like the warm sun in winter, penetrating the ice and snow, allowing her to persevere in the snow. Her memory was a little blurry. Qinglei. A loud shout sounded in the dark, snowy plains, shaking the ice and snow on the trees to fall, piling up at the roots of the trees. Qinglei forced herself to wake up and dispel the tiredness. She opened her eyes, and her blurry vision gathered in front of her. Gradually, she could see a weak light shining on her face from the other side of the snowy plains. It was warm. Not long after, the big guy brought 6 people and ran over on the snowy plains, leaving a mess of tracks on the snowy plains. Qinglei struggled for a while and found that her body had recovered some strength. She forced herself to sit up, but when she saw that her body and clothes were stained with orange, she was stunned. "Hey, big guy, you ran over here with such a big commotion. Aren't you afraid of startling the things hidden in the snow?" Qinglei's pretty face was pale, and her eyes were dark, but she still had the strength to tease him. Especially when she saw that he was about to cry. She couldn't help but giggle a few times. What followed was a few breathless coughs. The big guy widened his blood-red eyes and looked at Qinglei from head to toe. When he found that she wasn't missing an arm or a leg, he relaxed and sat down on the ground. The trees beside him shook and shook off the snow on the trees. After that avalanche and snowstorm, we looked for you for a full 3 days. The calm period has long passed, and even the outer area was covered with snow. We all thought that you went to the hinterland alone and couldn't come back. The big guy looked at her with some lingering fear. "Come back," Qinglei murmured in a daze. Her mind was in a mess. Snowstorm, avalanche. Yes, she almost couldn't come back. There were many times when she thought that she couldn't come back, but she kept feeling that something in her heart had become blurry as she thought about it. She couldn't help but cry. The big guy was also stunned. He had never seen her cry before. "What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere?" Qinglei shook her head, revealing an expression that looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. "I'm back. I'm back. Big guy, I feel like I've forgotten something." The big guy was slightly stunned. He also frowned and nodded. He raised his head and looked at the satellite. "I also have this feeling. I can't remember it at all. It seems that something was wrong after discovering the lost ruins." The few followers behind them saw the two people's blank eyes and whispered to each other, "It's over. It's over. Big sister and boss wouldn't have been cursed by the lost ruins, right? I haven't heard that there would be that kind of thing in there. Do you think it was left behind by a wizard?" "Shoo, don't talk." The two of them looked at the sky together. The dark clouds that had shrouded the snowfield for thousands of years had miraculously disappeared. The moon hung high in the clear sky, but in Qinglei's eyes, it seemed to be a little different. The orange Vesuvius satellite was the same color as the one on her sleeve. In the blurry memory, there seemed to be a very dim trace. It was so dim that she was about to forget everything, but she remembered that touch of warmth, even if she had forgotten what gave her strength. Chapter 1244. Originally, it would only take a short while to return to the god realm from the void of Yangden realm, but the half-crippled man insisted on wandering around the upper and middle planes. Unable to withstand his torment, it had no choice but to bring him around the void for a while. They even went to the front lines of the void. Seeing the unconcealable fatigue and exhaustion on the man's face and his stubbornness to do something about it, there was nothing it could do about him. At first, when he wanted to cut ties and did not want to do anything, he did so cleanly. Now that he had taken on the responsibility, it did not know why he suddenly became so desperate. It had seen the ending through his memories, and logically speaking, it should be difficult to reverse it. Everything he was doing now was like going through the motions. Not long ago, he had been so determined. So why was he suddenly fighting for it? Phew, you must think that I'm abnormal, as if I'm competing with myself, acting with myself, right? Like a psychopath? The two people stopped in a piece of land floating in the star field. It used its hand to touch his burning forehead and could not help but frown. Yun Nuoshing saw its expression, but only smiled indifferently. He was indeed very, very uncomfortable now, so uncomfortable that he could almost die if he closed his eyes. The little angel frowned and glanced at him. "Who knows what you're thinking? I only know that you're like a candle in the wind now, and I'm afraid that you'll fall early if you keep holding on." His forehead was burning, just like a mortal who was sick. Hell, how could a god get sick? The divine power and divine soul in his body had long been disrupted, and it was just a manifestation. His body was now full of holes, and there was no telling how long he could hold on. If it were up to the little angel, it would be the same if he just returned to the divine realm to recuperate for a while. Why did he have to hold on now? Yin Nuoshing shook her head helplessly. "It's not that simple. I can still hold on for a while. I can still hold on for a while. Once I return to the realm of the gods, I won't have the strength to think about anything else. For now, I still have to hold on." Ever since Yun Nuoshing saw the destruction of the upper and middle planes, he felt that the so-called Void Seal was not very reliable, or rather, it was not as reliable as he imagined. The enemy was an aberration that could exploit loopholes in every aspect to continuously strengthen itself, and for the death mist of the abyss, as long as there was energy, it could grow without limit. The void was limitless, and so were the worlds of the upper and middle planes. It was just that most of those worlds were hidden deep and undiscovered. At the moment, he was constantly searching for those worlds, expanding the range of the Void Seal, and preventing the enemy from providing more matter and energy to the underworld. That said, There were some things that were impossible to guard against. The void was limitless, and there was no real defense. Oh, right. By expanding the range of the void seal, he might be able to accidentally find the lost core of the primordial realm. If possible, I actually want to find a way to delay the underworld as much as possible. Don't be fooled by their peaceful appearance. There must be a lot of things happening in the dark that we don't know about, just like what we saw the other day. If there's any way to force them to divert part of their attention to deal with it, it's a pity. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Hindering the enemy was constantly expanding his own advantage. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Moreover, under the situation where there was a huge disparity in combat power, a little change in combat power was extremely important. Since he had no choice to intervene in this matter, he had to control everything that he could control to the best extent. He had to think of every possible way, regardless of the cost. After all, the enemy had a heavenly god in the realm of the primordial god. Yun Nuoshing habitually reached out and touched the silver-white hair of the little angel. After a moment, he realized that the person in front of him was not the her that he knew. He froze, but seeing that she did not have any other reaction, he relaxed and said faintly, "Once I return to the realm of the gods, the backlash from disappearing for so many days will probably come together. The stronger the backlash, the faster I will recover, but the weaker I will be. I don't know how long it will take for me to recover. Anyway, I'll try my best." Hui wants to perform a time axis resonance. In the time that he's preparing, he needs to recover at least 1/3 of his divinity and divine right. Before that, I have to try my best to arrange things in the void. Yun Nuoshing smiled, helplessly. Her pretty face was a little pale as she looked at the little angel. "I might be a little weak in the future. Can I leave the rest to you?" The little angel thought for a moment and shook her head, seriously. "No, I won't do anything for you. I don't know how to deal with it. At most, I'll just accompany you to do something. So, if you have something important to do, do it yourself." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook her head. "That's true. Then I'll hold on for a little longer. At the moment, Hui was talking to a group of people in charge of the city in the Void frontline about something important. Many things were going to happen in the future. The time axis resonance. The Void would become extremely lively, and a bunch of worlds would appear out of thin air. Although he could not tell them all at once, he should at least remind them a little so that they would not be frightened by the sudden emergence of countless lives and worlds. Moreover, with his rotten, good personality, he would feel that it was natural to tell others about it. Probably. As for him, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly ran to other places in the void and got busy. There was no need to explain things to others, even if he did not want to. Those things could be left to Hui, who still had the energy to deal with it. The little angel watched as he dragged his exhausted body back and forth in the void, and a hint of concern and heartache flashed through her beautiful golden eyes. Looking at him like this, he really wouldn't do that in the midst of his grand undertaking, cough, cough. "Speaking of which, you left without saying goodbye to them," the little angel suddenly said. Yun Nuoshing, who was already a little shaky, was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully, she understood what the little angel was talking about. She could not help but smile bitterly. Qing Lei had been in a coma since she came out. When she was sent back, she was also very busy. There was no chance to say goodbye. Moreover, that world, yes, that kind of peaceful world, let's not disturb them. We probably won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Forget it, forget it. She sighed and waved her hand. Her voice gradually weakened. Seeing that he was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where he needed the little angel to support him completely to pass through the void. The little angel was about to persuade him. However, Yun Nuoshing seemed to know the little angel's bottom line. She stopped right before the little angel opened her mouth to persuade him. Let's go back. This is the only thing we can do now. The little angel accompanied him to rest in the void for a while. When he had more or less recovered some of his strength, she carried him and left the void in the middle plane. It did not take long for them to return to the realm of the gods. The little angel, who had disappeared for many days, followed him like a shadow. Moreover, it seemed to have added the interest of disappearing for many days. Just as the little angel stood firmly in the guardian temple, and before she could put Yun Nuoshing down, she felt that his life force had weakened to an extremely low value. It was as if he had lost 10 lives in an instant. Even the little angel was shocked. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing's body was like a star that was constantly leaking gas. The amount of energy that was leaking every minute and every second was enough to fill an entire city. The huge amount of energy that was leaking out was not coming in. It was a bit like the end of his life was approaching. The little angel hurriedly checked, but did not find any life-threatening situation. The current situation was more like the borrowed energy was slowly dissipating into the world. Other than that, there were no other shocking discoveries. The little angel could also feel that his body was recovering bit by bit. It might take a very long time, but there were always signs of recovery. It was only a matter of time before he fully recovered. Previously, the little angel had been worried that he would swallow just like that. The little angel felt that anyone who saw his exhausted state would have such a thought. It was not the little angel's fault. After placing Yun Nuoshing in a comfortable place, the little angel also quieted down. She sat by the side and did nothing. She used her pair of eyes that were shining brightly in the night to look at the sleeping guy. She didn't say anything and didn't make any movements. She wanted to find something to do, but after coming to the world of order, she realized that there was nothing else to do other than walking around him. She followed him out from that place. It was like a vacation. She was also a little interested in the world of order, but she had already learned a lot about it a year ago. Now that she wasn't that curious anymore, she had nothing else to do. It was already 3 days later when Hui returned from the void battlefront. 2 thick dark circles hung on his face. When he quietly opened the door, he startled the little angel who had been in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights. By the way, the little angel's eyes that shone brightly in the night also startled him. Finally, it's clear. Hui shrugged at the little angel and gently closed the door. As he walked, he complained. Building the void battlefront together used up the strength of many worlds that we now know. There are not many people left to deal with what happened later. Isn't this nonsense? If you don't want to contribute, just don't. There are so many reasons and so many things. If you want to slack off, just say so. The little angel blinked and pulled the blanket over Yun Nuoshing. What's the result? Well, I didn't go into details. This is a meeting between the top worlds of the 8-element realm. It's a small meeting. I didn't talk about the big things in detail. If I talk about it in detail, it's easy to cause more chaos. After all, the void is boundless. It's not a big deal to have hundreds of billions or trillions of worlds all of a sudden. Well, I admit that it's still scary. When the time comes, the void will become very chaotic. Before that chaos is quelled, the newcomers can't be called the forces that fight against the underworld. So, I deliberately moved some of the forces of the top worlds from the upper planes. After 3 days of discussion, it's finally settled. Everyone should be managed according to the agreement and assigned to their own areas. Sigh, if only it went smoothly. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Went smoothly?" The little angel sneered and shook her head, burying her pretty face between her bent knees. That fellow said, "Do you think anything will go smoothly? You're guiding thousands of worlds, countless timelines, and worlds converging here. Even if the void is boundless and empty, it will become crowded because of this action. How much trouble would you have to deal with when the time comes?" Hui smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, this action was quite risky, but it was a risk that they had to face. There were not many paths in front of them in the first place. It was good enough that they had a choice. What about the lower realm? Didn't they say that they might attack the lower realm? How are things over there? Hui shook his head. It hasn't been decided yet. The 3 realms at the top of the 8 elements realm can still send some people, but the proposal was rejected as soon as it was put forward. I vetoed it myself. Without our power, the situation in the 8 elements realm may be even more difficult. Therefore, it is probably possible that other realms will send gods to guard it. But now is not the time. Let me deal with the energy left in the pillar of creation. To be honest, when I used the energy for the first time, let alone Maple, even I was scared. The power of the first great god. Even if we are the second priesthood of the gods, we do have a little power. But to be honest, the gap between the peak of origin and the primeval, that kind of divine energy, that kind of divine power, is like a mortal using the power of a god with a mortal body. The consequences are unimaginable. The consequences are unimaginable. He waved his hand and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was sleeping soundly without any abnormalities. He nodded. With his eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see that the latter's recovery was not bad. There was a wisp of her breath around him. In the past few days, she could only help him recover faster when she was free. How is he? Hui asked directly, even though he had only seen a little. Nothing serious. She pursed her red lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, "He did not come back immediately after we separated that day. He went to the front line of the void to expand the range of the void seal. He only came back when he could not stand it anymore. He was already in a state of exhaustion. He could not even recover on the first day. I helped him recuperate for some time before he returned to normal." Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. He looked a little annoyed, but he was not surprised. He knew Yun Nuoshing's kung fu of torturing herself very well. She seemed to be carefree and did not care about anything. However, when it came to some big matters like this, as long as she agreed to it, she would torment herself more than anyone else. This guy? Sigh, I can't do anything about it. I think he just listens to you. Thank you for taking care of him this time. Thank you in advance. Hui smiled faintly. Listens? The little angel could not help but smile bitterly. That little bit of obedience was probably because she was using this appearance. Ahem. Hui coughed dryly and winked at her. He said thoughtfully, "Right now, the world is still considered peaceful. Chaos, large-scale chaos, has not come yet. There is still a lot of time to settle down. Why don't you guys? Find a good time. I'll just tell you about you guys, right? His smile was as wretched as it could be. There was a hint of hope and a hint of relief. However, the little angel who had been listening to him did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could not help but smile bitterly. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. It's true. It's just a coincidence that we met at a coincidental place. It's also because we know some secrets." Secrets? Hui was curious. When he thought about it, he felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. Yun Nuoshing was full of secrets. If he really wanted to find out, there would be no end to it. For example, he had just found out some time ago that Yun Nuoshing was secretly doing things. He had never associated it with him. Yes, yes. The little angel nodded. She hugged her knees with both hands and shook her body. It's just a little secret. Hui looked at the smiling little angel and shook his head helplessly. He said, "Forget it. I don't care about your business. Anyway, it's fine as long as everyone is fine." He was indeed a little worried. Now, this kind of peace, this kind of illusion of peace, how long could it last? Chapter 1245. Hui stayed quietly in the Guardian Temple for 3 days. It might not be right to say that it was quiet. He was busy from morning to night in the main hall, mainly because many people came to visit this place. Several people came, brought some information or other news, chattered for a while, and then left. Hui did not stay quiet for long. Another group of people came to visit, and judging from the aura on their bodies, they did not seem to be people from the realm of the gods. A day passed by in a hustle and bustle. It could feel that there were guests from more than 10 or 20 worlds, but among them, the people from the realm of the gods were the most. Among them, the young kami named I Ching came the most frequently, 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and night. As for what they said, it was not interested in listening. Anyway, there was only one trivial matter in the void at the moment, so it was more or less the same. It and Yun Nuoshing stayed in the quietest side hall. It was quiet here, and it had to prick up its ears to hear the sounds coming from outside. It was bored, so it stayed in a daze for 3 days. Other than checking on the sleeping beauty on the bed every day, there was nothing else to do. Speaking of that guy's situation, the speed of his recovery was a little beyond its expectations. Slow. The self-recovery speed of a kami should be quite fast, and it should not take long for him to recover. No matter how serious the injury was, it should not take more than 10 days to recover. However, 6 days had passed, and he still maintained the same condition as 6 days ago. He was getting better little by little, but it was as if he had been injured out of thin air. If it was not for the fact that it could feel that the consciousness sleeping in this body was the consciousness that it knew, it would have thought that this guy had returned to that era. You are really worrisome. The little angel stretched out a slender finger and poked at his face. She raised her head to listen to the faint sounds coming from outside. We seemed to be arguing with someone. He was arguing with himself while arguing with the other group of people in the main hall. They were talking and sighing. She did not know what was going on. She had not heard such intense sounds in the past few days. She thought about it and shook her head slightly. She did not care about it. In short, these 3 days passed like this. After the 3rd day, Hui hurriedly went to see Yun Nuoshing, who was sleeping, and then hurriedly left the realm of the gods. In fact, after he entrusted Yun Nuoshing to her that day, well, at least verbally, he rarely came to see that sleeping girl. There were a few times when he passed by the door and seemed to want to enter, but he would laugh a few times in a strange voice, and then slip away slowly, constantly muttering about the wedding. You are really worrisome. Thinking of this, it could not help but mutter. Regardless of whether it was the current era or the ancient times, the people around him seemed to be unable to avoid nagging him on this topic. After sitting in bed for 7 days out of boredom, the little angel finally could not help but sneak out of the side hall. Before she sneaked out, she made sure that Yun Nuoshing was still the same. There was no special improvement or deterioration in her condition. Only then did she feel relieved and sneak out. The Guardian Temple was quiet. There was no sound at all. It was also very spacious. Other than the main hall and the side hall where Yun Nuoshing was resting, there were 3 other side halls. Although they were big, they were empty. There was nothing inside. It was so quiet that it was as if no one had set foot in this place for hundreds of millions of years. The little angel floated around 1 or 2 inches above the ground with her bare feet. She walked along the long corridor and saw the sun outside through the transparent wall. She could not help but squint. Really, it was another unusually peaceful day. The void was too quiet. It was so quiet that nothing would happen. Nothing wanted to happen. I always feel that it is a little quiet. The little angel sighed softly. It was still quiet here, but she did not know what was going on outside. Outside the range of the void seal. She did not know what was going on in the void. The underworld search for new worlds should not have slowed down. She did not know how many worlds had fallen. They were still constantly strengthening their strength. On the other hand, the world of order seemed to have corresponding countermeasures and arrangements. The growth of strength, if there was such a thing, it should be pathetically slow. The strength of the world of order did not increase in an unreasonable way like the abyss of death mist. Unable to find anything to do, he was in a daze in the main hall for 4 hours. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and let his figure dissipate into a ball of dim light that spread throughout the main hall. As soon as he finished this action, the door of the main hall was pushed open. It was the young god of heaven. He hurriedly walked to the table where we usually sat and murmured something. Then he looked up at the row of huge bookcases at the back for a while. After about 10 minutes, he took down an ancient book from the bookcase and opened it while murmuring. She was a little curious and went over to take a look. The ancient book recorded some things about the realm of the gods. Many things mentioned that era that had passed away. She did not see it too clearly. I Ching flipped to the very end of the ancient book and stopped as if he had found something. He could not help but murmur, "Time crystal, void burial. Yes, this is it. I have to hurry and tell the guardian that this problem needs to be solved before the time axis resonates. The order has to be changed first. I have to hurry before they act recklessly." I Ching came and left quickly. He even took the ancient book with him. We probably asked him to come back to do something. The little angel thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. Light gathered and her body appeared again. She just stood still and decided to find some books to pass the time in the long row of bookshelves. Just as she was thinking about what to look for, this body seemed to have a heart. Her heart palpitated for a moment, and the heart seemed to shrink. She looked outside, and her body quickly dissipated. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a huge black energy beam came out of nowhere and pierced through the sky and the earth. It hit the Guardian Temple right below. The vast energy spread out far and wide, dyeing the sky as dark as night. The terrifying energy shockwave overturned a layer of the earth. Looking at the source of the energy beam, one could only see a huge amount of energy being generated out of thin air. It turned into an indescribable destructive energy that fell on the earth and turned everything within 100 billion miles into ashes. Mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. If one were to look down from above the Pantheon realm, it would be as if a meteor had crashed into the earth, tearing the earth into pieces and sending them flying in all directions. Even the westernmost part of the Pantheon realm was partially shattered by this attack, and some of the fragments were even rushing towards the star field at an extremely high speed. It was like a black pillar falling from the sky and smashing the earth into pieces. This scene of destruction was seen by everyone in the god realm in an instant. The flash of energy attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Thinking of that direction, many people's eyes widened. They recognized that it was the Guardian Temple. This sure-kill attack fused together countless chaotic energies, the destructive echoes of the world's destruction, and many strange energies. The chaotic energies formed a chaotic zone in the sky. Countless strange phenomena occurred. It was as if one could see the endless destruction of the world at a glance. The shock wave of energy that shook heaven and earth lasted for a full 5 minutes before dissipating. The energy storm caused by the shock wave raged for a while longer before slowly subsiding. At this moment, there was only a large hole left in the ground. This was a huge hole in the far west of the divine realm. From here, one could see the starry sky. As for the Guardian Temple, it was now occupied by countless strange and distorted energy phenomena. The sky was still reverberating with the dull rumbling of energy, but it was strangely quiet. There was no one coming to investigate the situation, nor did anyone come to take a look at this place. In the distance, in a hidden valley far away from the gap in the God realm, a ball of light gradually condensed in the air. Not long after, 2 figures emerged from it. The little angel opened her eyes vigilantly and saw a towering cliff in front of her. They were on the cliff, on the other side of the cliff. Seeing that there were no abnormal phenomena around them, the little angel relaxed a little. She quickly sat down with the sleeping beauty in her arms. Gazing at the dusty pit in the distance, the little angel thought about the destructive power of the destructive energy just now. A drop of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, she had moved this guy out at the last moment. If he had stayed in that place, there might not even be a trace of him left. An extremely weak Empyrean god of origin. Even if he had the power of divine destruction, would not have been able to survive a sneak attack of that level. However, it did not expect that the energy, it did not sense it at all. Although it had been a little bored and relaxed these days, logically speaking, the void where the realm of the gods was located should be under the protection of that guy. Well, it was because it knew this that it had relaxed a lot. However, it was completely certain that a few minutes before the attack appeared, it was still looking at the void out of boredom, but it did not see anything. However, a few minutes later, they were suddenly attacked, and the energy was definitely not released in an instant. It must have been gathered for a long time before the attack was launched. Looking at the black energy on her arm, she frowned. It was a very strange energy that surrounded her arm. If she sensed it carefully, she could feel that there were multiple types of energy fused together. It was a mixed energy, and it was unusually chaotic. The destructive power it contained was perhaps not inferior to the divine destruction power of the Altar Guardian. It was slightly weaker than the abyssal death mist and the elements of annihilation, and it did not have the sense of destroying balance and order like the divine destruction power. Aggrieved, very aggrieved, she had been attacked for no reason, and her good mood, which she had maintained for several days, suddenly worsened. But now, apart from feeling aggrieved, she was also confused. Even if she wanted to vent her anger, she could not. Glancing at Yun Nuwashing, who was still sleeping peacefully in her arms, she could only sigh and shake her head helplessly. Now, she had to deal with this idiot first. Aggrieved, that's right, they were both aggrieved. This mood was pressed on 2 people across the God realm. However, one was aggrieved because her good mood was disturbed, and the other was aggrieved because she was full of anger. She was even more aggrieved when she saw the energy flying around in front of her eyes. Enemies are constantly emerging from the depths of the God realm. The arrangement of the time nodes is being disrupted. Lord Hui, behind you, enemy attack. A certain heavenly origin god from the Pantheon realm loudly reminded the people in this void. Of course, it wasn't just the people from the Pantheon realm. There were also many people from other realms. They were all people who had come along with this operation, and there were quite a lot of them. This was why this chaotic and soul-stirring scene was created. Hui had a headache as he used his shield to kill an unlucky heavenly god who was close to his back. The huge energy barrier in front of him was splashing water constantly. The enemies hidden in the god realm and manifested in the god realm poured millions of energy firepower on this area of less than 10,000 feet, burying it. Behind the energy barrier were many experts who had come along with this operation. Of course, most of them were from the god realm and the ancient imperial world. Only the people from these two realms fully understood Lord Huey's actions and plans. The rest of them had a "I don't know what you're talking about, but it's so awesome" look on their faces, and they expressed their approval of the purpose of the plan. Well, you couldn't say that because the people who were doing nothing were also doing their best to fight. To make a long story short, in short, he was preparing for the time axis resonance. In order to prevent this part of the god realm from being squeezed into one place by the many chaotic time axis worlds and causing the Sea of Time to collapse, he had to make a series of preparations. He had to set up a series of time nodes in the god realm and connect those nodes into a huge net to withstand the pressure of the Sea of Time. Well, it sounded simple, but it was a little more complicated to do. He needed a lot of help. This was what he had been busy with for the past few days, after he left in a hurry that day. At first, it went quite smoothly, but for some reason, today, it was like this. Rumble! Bang! In the deep and dark god realm, extremely bright flashes of light tore the god realm into huge rifts. A black sea of people emerged from those rifts in the god realm, as if there were countless enemies hiding under the god realm. As soon as the rifts were opened, one could see swathes of things. Then, with an extremely clear target, they launched a torrential attack of energy at the energy barrier that was only tens of thousands of feet wide. The energy that burst out in an instant made Huey's heart tremble. Of course, it was because of anger. It was the kind of anger one would feel when one was on vacation by the sea and suddenly a huge tsunami rose from the ground and rushed toward you. Lord Hui, please maintain the time nodes first. We will come to your aid after we have dealt with these guys. A certain Empyrean god of origin of the ancient royal family roared in front of the barrier. The Empyrean god of origins, energy, and divine right were fully unleashed. Waves of violent energy swept across the god realm, wiping out the powerful and somewhat strange yet also strangely fragile enemies. However, no matter how much energy he poured out, he could not catch up with the speed of the enemy's support. Hui had a toothache. His good mood disappeared as if he had fallen into a cesspool. The battle had been going on for quite some time. At first, he was still fighting, and others were maintaining the time nodes. Later, he found that these enemies who had the energy of Empyrean gods, or Empyrean gods of origin, were not as tough as he had imagined. However, their numbers were unusually large. Without thinking, they swapped Hui to the side of the time nodes and rushed forward to kill the enemies. Therefore, Hui was now standing still like a wooden stake. It was not that he was completely motionless. In just a few seconds, he had once again killed an enemy in front of him with his shield. The guardian's sword was still stuck in the void beside him, but it was probably not needed. The enemy's only goal seemed to be to interfere with the formation of the time nodes. For this reason, they did not hesitate to rush over like moths to a flame. They wanted to kill them even if they had to. At this time, Hui began to miss the weapon of mass destruction by his side. These guys were as fragile as paper and could be torn apart easily. It was just that their numbers and strength were a little ridiculous. At this time, if Maple was here, a large-scale void disturbance would probably wipe out all the enemies. Wei, as a guardian, did not have such powerful combat strength. Oh no, why did it not have such large-scale destructive power? He thought carefully and felt that the guardian did not need to have such powerful destructive power. Anyway, he was now a little anxious and irritable. Unfortunately, he was trapped in this place, standing next to this a ball of time light that was 10 feet in size. He did not feel at ease to kill people before it formed. Boom, boom, the brilliant, huge black energy beam, as if it had condensed the power of the void, poked a big crack in the void that led to the void. With a great force, it slammed into the energy barrier. Immediately, the entire void shook as if it was about to shatter. Ha! Hui stomped the huge shield in his hand on the ground. Golden energy streaked across the void like lightning. When it came into contact with the energy beam, it instantly disappeared with a poof, leaving a huge scar on the ground. Lord Hui, these enemies, bang! It's very similar to the abyssal death mist. Hui glanced at the person who spoke and shook his head. It's just that the characteristics are very similar. It doesn't have that kind of aura. It's probably a masterpiece made by some bored guy. Ha! We'll talk about it when the time comes. I just didn't expect that at this critical moment there would be someone who would want to do, well, these little tricks. Little tricks. Hui smiled bitterly. His deep eyes seemed to have seen through something, but he did not say it out loud. Chapter 1247. More enemies are coming in from the flank. Green Clan bastards, hurry up and plug the hole. If the hole expands, we will all die here. Lord Hui, the situation on your side is like, F***CK. Lord Hui, the Green Clan's defense line can't hold on any longer. They are not good at fighting for a long time. I'm afraid they will be dragged. **T. This monarch can use his eyes to glare at this kind of trash to death. I'll follow you, even if there are twice as many enemies in the void. I don't need to use all my strength. The Green Clan's monarch was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. When he replied, he also destroyed a large wave of enemies outside. At Yentham, ancestor. Hui was speechless. He pulled out the Guardian's giant sword and swept it in front of him. The golden sword light was like the light of stars, shattering the void and tearing all the enemies who broke into the energy barrier. He waved his hand and pressed the huge shield on the time node with his other hand. He poured a large amount of time power into it and said lightly, "If you don't plug that hole for me, I will ask Maple to come over and block you." At the mention of that perverted violent maniac, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. That strange Guardian's friend originally had an extremely violent tendency and was held in the greatest reverence by everyone, mixed with a little fear. Especially after hearing that he had solved the eternal problem of Yangdan realm by himself, these two feelings rose to the extreme. At this time, when Hui mentioned it, it was very clear that the bodies of the gods within the barrier were trembling slightly. The figure of that person flashed across their hearts at the same time, and their faces immediately turned pale. Cough, cough. Focus on the battle. Focus on the battle. No distracting thoughts. No distracting thoughts. I will F***CK you up. Seeing that everyone who was cursing instantly stopped talking and began to adjust their states to fight peacefully, the broken hole was gradually blocked, and the enemies who infiltrated gradually decreased. Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. When he didn't know, Maple's fierce name had already spread to this place. Even people from other worlds obviously knew about it. He couldn't help but shake his head. The current situation was normal, neither good nor bad. The people outside didn't seem to really want to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, they would have sent some mid-level and high-level heavenly gods, and not these shadows that looked like they would be torn to shreds. Hui still felt a headache coming on. Until now, he still did not know who had sent these things. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was the people in the Void battlefront. When they announced the plan to the outside world, they only announced it to stabilize the timeline to prevent the people from the underworld from taking advantage of the situation. The only people who truly understood the plan were those from the realm of the gods. As for the others who were listening in, whether they agreed or did not express their opinions, they all knew the status of their plan and actions. Therefore, it seemed that any side was possible. He had only heard from Yun Nuashing that some people in the Void battlefront had impure motives, but he didn't expect that in this situation where the entire Void was facing a great disaster, there would still be people who would have such disloyalty. At this moment, the Civil War was consuming the power of the world of order. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a good thing. However, what if this was what they were thinking? What if the enemies who came out of nowhere were actually people who had colluded with the underworld? Then everything that happened today would be completely understandable. Yes, understandable. It was just that he was inexplicably angry. He didn't know why the people from the underworld would choose to stand on their side when they were hidden in the void all year round and never revealed themselves. What they encountered in the void was an ambush, a battle that had been arranged long ago. They only emerged halfway through the activation of the time node. At the beginning, they were indeed caught off guard, even though everyone was the best of the best. And after the initial few minutes of fluster, they began to fight seriously. They were still at a disadvantage. They were forced to stay here and guard this time node that was about to take shape. The other party had a large number of people and were not afraid of death. They didn't seem like real life. Beating them up was no different from punching cotton, but cotton that had been filled with ice cubes. It was soft on the outside, but hard on the inside, and they couldn't ignore it. Gradually, they fell into a disadvantageous position. After the first sneak attack worked and successfully slowed down the speed of the entire team, the number of enemies kept increasing. It was no wonder that some of them said that it was like fighting the abyss of death fog. That old and hard piece of sticky candy was difficult to kill no matter how hard they fought. At first, they only found a small army and a piece of abyss of death fog. When they really started fighting, they found that the void around them was filled with those strange manifestations. The current situation was indeed very similar. Lord Qin, the defense line over there is going to crack again. Damn it, the place we are defending is being targeted. The anxious voice of the Green Clan's Grand Monarch came. That anxious tone told everyone that he really wanted to curse right now, but because the Guardian was still here and he was reminded, he didn't dare to curse again. His original idea was to occupy the energy barrier, and then he would kill his way out. Who knew that now? 4 hours had already passed, and he was still suppressed inside the barrier and beaten up. During these 4 hours, he didn't dare to relax at all, fearing that if he wasn't careful, the strange enemies that were abnormally strong but also abnormally weak would tear their barrier apart again. Just now, another hole had been opened. Even with his high level of origin realm, he was beginning to feel a little tired dealing with it. People of the Green Clan, withdraw and guard the time node. Save your strength. We can't lose anyone in this place. Hui waved his hand and said decisively. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that in this circle of barriers, the Green Clan's strength was exhausted the fastest. Now that there was no loss in battle, they had to maintain this momentum. But Lord Hui waved his hand and interrupted the words of the Green Clan's Grand Monarch. He said seriously, the strength needs to be maintained. You guard the node for me. I'll go and meet these strange guys. When the people of the Green Clan heard the serious tone, they all gritted their teeth and nodded. After the people next to them took over the energy barrier, they suddenly retreated and guarded around the time node. Their cold eyes were on guard against anyone who dared to rush over. Hui flashed to the front of the barrier and waved his arm. That huge shield floated to the front of the barrier and slowly merged with it. An energy that was more than 10 times more powerful than the energy of all the people gathered together crazily merged with the energy barrier. Light suddenly burst out, And this void seemed to have suddenly given birth to a bright sun, revealing the darkness without a doubt. The figures of those enemies were also clearly exposed in the line of sight, causing everyone who saw it to be stunned. It looked like it was formed from a mass of black fog. It had a human body, with blurry facial features and a pair of blood-red eyes. Other than that, it was a humanoid figure formed from black fog. It really looked like a humanoid monster that had rushed out from the abyss of death. This can't really be the abyssal death fog, right? Hui narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, Maple and I have known the abyssal death fog for many years. The enemies before us don't have the presence of madness and balance breaking aura. Even if they do, it's only a 10,000th of their appearance. Ha! Lord Hui, seeing that he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Everyone was puzzled. It's probably an old friend who came up with something like this. Hui let out a long sigh. His words caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Do you remember Wu Hao of the absolute beginning divine court in the realm of the gods? He also studied the abyssal death fog and came up with some results. It's just that he didn't really use it. I think that the void has been in chaos for 10 eras. It's a long and almost eternal time. Even if there really is another person, another force, and they did something to the abyssal death fog and came up with something, it's not impossible, right? The people beside him carefully glanced at the barrier that had become unusually sturdy. No matter how many attacks it received, it didn't even ripple. They relaxed a little and asked in a small voice, "Do you think this nameless army in front of us is—" Hui frowned and shook his head. It's hard to say. There are many people who have this ability. To be honest, even I can come up with something like this. Would you believe it? Seeing that everyone's expressions had become a little nervous, he smiled helplessly. Of course, I wouldn't do something like that. It's just that we can't stop others from doing it. What a headache. Why would he do something like this? The ancient royal family clenched their teeth. The world of order is in trouble right now. It's fine if some people don't want to help us, but Hui waved his hand and smiled faintly. What if they don't want us to help them? For example, they might have already joined the opposing faction or something. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Everyone was horrified. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The people of the underworld. I've seen them before. They call themselves non-beings of order. They were born in a world full of chaos and disorder. That is, in a world of chaos, they hate everything in the world of order. Then a big clan or a big force from the world of order join them. It's a little ironic when you think about it. Traitor! The ancient royal family clenched their fists. Their eyes looked like they were about to spit out a sea of fire. They couldn't wait to tear that person or clan into pieces. One of the Empyrean gods who served the Temple of Guardians glanced at Hui. Suddenly, he said, "Lord Hui, I feel that you've changed a little." Changed? Hui was stunned. He smiled. How so? In the past, you always told us about the beauty of this world and the positive side. But I've never heard you talk about this. His expression changed a few times. He didn't know what expression he should put on. It was a little inappropriate to talk about his own commander on the battlefield. About that. Hui scratched his cheek with a hollow smile and said, "I was severely taught a lesson by Feng. There's no other way. I can only change it a little. What's more, the war is about to break out at any moment. How can I still have the mood to hang on to the beauty of positivity? In my opinion, the biggest hope, the biggest wish, is to be able to open my eyes tomorrow and look at this void, this starry sky. When I get some rest, I'll find a girl to live a simple life with, drink with my old friends, brag, and enjoy the scenery. Alas!" Sigh. Everyone was stunned when they saw the vicissitudes of life on his face. A moment later, they solemnly bowed to him, Live, yes. No one knew when the gods would fall on this vast and endless battlefield. The Empyrean gods. They had spent one lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and countless lifetimes to climb to this point. Wasn't it all to live and protect the things they wanted to protect? We saw that everyone's expressions were no longer listless. They seemed to be much more energetic. He smiled and stretched out his hand. 5. Everyone was stunned. They quickly pulled their minds back from the distance. For 3, 2, along with Huey's countdown, the brilliant barrier in front of them, like a star crown, suddenly flickered with light, as if its energy was about to be exhausted and extinguished at any time. Everyone was shocked and understood what he was counting down, and their divine power suddenly burst out. 1. Hui waved his hand, and the Guardian's shield flew back to his hand. The huge star-crown barrier disappeared, and the outside of the barrier became dim again. The rumbling sound of energy destruction resounded through the void. At this time, everyone had already rested for a while. The barrier was hit by millions of energy attacks and the fearless suicide attacks of the other party. It was so stable that there was not a single ripple. Then, for our common wish, Hui raised the Guardian's giant sword, and his palms slowly stroked the sword. He raised his eyebrows and pointed the giant sword outside the barrier with a flash. He roared, "Kill them all!" Like a god of war, the giant Guardian rushed out of the barrier. The giant Guardian's image was reflected in the void. It was like a giant that stood between heaven and earth. The giant sword in its hand swept across, scattering the countless enemies in front of it like a horsetail whisk. The void suddenly became empty. Hurrah! Some people who were guarding inside the barrier also roared. They rushed into the void with his figure. Their divine power was stimulated to the extent of rioting. They poured an inextinguishable light toward the entire void. For a moment, everyone seemed to see thousands of gods descending to the earth. They were all fighting in the void. Every step they took destroyed a large part of the void. Beat you. What are you worried about? The Green Clan's Grand Lord threw the glorious task of guarding the time node to his subordinates. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. He grabbed an unlucky enemy in front of him and bombarded him indiscriminately. His fists pierced through the void. Just the strength alone was enough to smash another part of the void into pieces. Moreover, he also smashed a hole that an enemy came out of. Visually, that part of the void could not be opened for a while. It was probably blocked by the tens of millions of troops behind. Hui glanced and felt that the Green Clan's combat strength was comparable to the combat strength of several people. Indeed, the explosive power and combat strength of the Green Clan were not to be underestimated. That's right, it would be better if they could fight a little longer. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. The dark enemies seemed to know that this fellow who was spitting and slapping others' faces on the battlefield was not to be trifled with. They all focused their firepower on him. Almost instantly, the Green Clan's Grand Lord's glabella turned black. Even his robes were torn apart. Even a high-tier heavenly god of origin would not fare much better after being hit by their concentrated firepower. Hui stabbed the Guardian's giant sword into the void, and a huge amount of divine power turned into a domain that spread out without limit, shrouding a large area of the void. The enemies that were approaching the barrier like a tide finally disappeared completely. He was stunned for a moment, and he quickly cupped his hands in salute to Hui. "Lord Hui, this is not the way to go." The Green Clan's Grand Lord hurriedly pulled himself away from Hui. He watched as the latter pulled the great sword out of the void and waved it twice. A puff of black smoke came out of his mouth as he wiped his dark face with his dark sleeves. Only his eyes and bright teeth could be seen. "They don't seem to want to kill us. They probably don't think they can kill us. but they are trying their best to stop us here. Cough, cough. Of course I know. Hui nodded expressionlessly and pointed his great sword forward. A divine great sword the size of an entire star pierced through the void and blocked the several gaps in the void that allowed the enemies to enter. Enough ants can kill an elephant. Phew, there's nothing we can do now. Maple is not here, and none of us know how to clean up such a large area of trash. Pointlessly spreading the energy doesn't seem to clean them up. Lord Hui, there is a tremendous energy reaction in the void to the right of the time node. The urgent warning caused Hui and the Green Clan's faces to twitch. The former's figure instantly disappeared before their eyes as the Guardian's shield flickered and melded into the barrier. It was also in that moment that a massive black energy beam shot out of the void like a dazzling river of stars. The energy beam exploded into halos and storms that sent the enemies and the heavenly gods of the divine realm flying. The star-crowned barrier took on this unparalleled destructive energy head-on. The divine and chaotic energies collided violently. If it was only at this level, the star-crowned barrier would definitely be able to withstand it. However, the latter's energy was fused with many strange auras. In an instant, even the divine energy was suppressed. This energy, I know, this is the remnant energy of the destruction of many worlds, as well as the power of the void, the power of the shattered void. And the energy of that place, we shuddered violently. That place, the big crack in the void, the place where the first great heavenly god had fallen, the place that was covered by the god-destroying storm. Someone was actually able to produce a trace of energy from there. Was this the work of the people of the underworld, or was it the work of those people who might have joined the enemy's camp? Seeing the horror on Huey's face, many people's faces also turned pale. Although they couldn't understand where the energy came from in such a short time, it was definitely not a simple matter that could make the Lord Guardian so terrified. Didn't you say that the other party didn't think of killing us? Look at this. What the hell is this? An original heavenly god of the divine realm jumped up and poured all his energy into the barrier. At the same time, he also shouted at the Green Clan's great lord. This. The Green Clan's great lord laughed dryly. This momentum seemed to be fatal. When the huge energy beam collided with the star-crowned barrier, a vast energy shockwave was released. The shock wave created layers of ripples on the barrier. The void within an unknown radius was shaken into a land of nothingness. The chaotic order and chaotic rules that no longer existed raised this level of destruction and disturbance by several levels. This part of the void might not be able to withstand the collision of these two energies. Insignificant maggots. After causing trouble in the divine realm, you came to this place to seek death. A cold voice that seemed to come from the underworld caused countless people to shiver, and the tide of darkness froze. In the void, a white figure slowly appeared. We couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy recovered so quickly? Chapter 1248. In the vast void, a faint silver-white light appeared in everyone's sight. It was so faint that it was difficult not to notice it. In that silver-white light, a figure in a snow-white robe slowly appeared. His long black hair hung loosely behind him like a hanging screen. The weak energy fluctuations caused it to sway constantly. Coupled with that cold smile and that cold expression, he looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Everyone who saw him trembled with fear. Boom. Bang. Lord Hui, the void is distorting. If this energy conflict continues, it might blow up the entire void. A heavenly god of origin hurriedly said. Hui, who was still in a daze, came back to his senses. Yun Nuashing also turned his head and looked at the pillar of black energy light with a cold expression. Fong. Hui waved his hand vigorously. Yun Nuoxing looked at him and nodded. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Hui. Seeing Hui's serious expression, he could not help but ask coldly, "Who are these people?" "It's a long story. We don't know either." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. The star-crowned barrier could still hold on for a while. He gritted his teeth and diverted some of his attention. "Why are you here? Have you recovered?" "Barely. Realm of the gods. Our temple was blown up." Yun Nuoxing sighed and shrugged. What he said made everyone's hair stand on end. The guardian temple was blown up. It's this energy that you see in front of you. I was resting, well, when a sudden energy fell from the sky. I almost died. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and looked helpless. His face was still a little pale. Clearly, this so-called barely recovery was really just a little bit. Speaking of which, where was the little angel that was always by his side? Yes, she must have fused with his power. He saw it with his own eyes last time. The pressure on his hand suddenly increased, and we came back to his senses. He quickly gathered the energy in the void and increased the defensive power of the star-crowned barrier by a large margin. He gathered all the energy in front of the barrier. For this reason, he even gave up the defense of other parts of the barrier. However, looking at the enemy who was ready to attack and did not come close, it seemed that they were also afraid of this degree of energy turbulence and did not rush to die in vain. Hui gritted his teeth and hurriedly said to Yun Nuoxing, "We don't know the details. Feng, come and help me. Can you move now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that Yun Nuoxing was seriously injured. He looked at her worriedly. She was suddenly attacked while she was resting. Although she seemed to be unharmed, she might have suffered some minor injuries. "If I move around a little." Yun Nuoxing sighed. She clenched her fists and frowned slightly. "If it's just for a while, I'll probably be fine. It wasn't easy for me to recover to this extent. As long as it's not too intense, I won't be affected." Hui hesitated for a moment. His mind was spinning rapidly. However, when he felt the increasing pressure outside, he could not help but quickly say, "All right, Feng, can you take care of all the enemies outside? With your power, a single large-scale energy attack should be enough. They are much more fragile than they look. That is, the strength of the energy is a bit abnormal. It is between the level of a heavenly god and a high-level origin." Yun Nuoxing opened her mouth. She could not help but laugh bitterly. "You want me to lie on the bed again, don't you?" Her eyes suddenly focused. She raised her right hand and faced the outside of the barrier. A gigantic magic circle that was millions of feet long abruptly appeared. It had a cold, icy blue hue, mysterious patterns that could not be understood at all, and surging energy that left countless people dumbfounded. In the void, another giant pillar of energy suddenly appeared like a phantom, tearing a huge crack in the void. The distortion and chaos of the void were all shattered, and the chaotic energy of the void rushed towards the star-crowned barrier with a degree of chaos comparable to the power of divine destruction. Hui was shocked. Just as he was about to mobilize the defense of the star-crowned barrier to block the two energy blasts, a few energy rings engraved with divine runes suddenly appeared in the center of the icy blue magic circle. The energy pillar that came with a roar and chaotic energy arrived unexpectedly in the next second. The gigantic energy pillar crashed into the center of the magic circle, and the energy rings as if it had a substantial weight, pushing them back thousands of meters. Then, the magic circle shifted direction with a wave of Yun Nuoxing's hand. The center of the magic circle changed direction. The energy pillar that was suppressing the magic circle was reflected out like a beam of light. It just happened to hit the exit of another black energy pillar in the void. The two equally chaotic and homologous energies collided. They thought that they would fuse into a ball. However, they did not expect that at the place where the two energies met, an energy wave that made Huey's expression tremble slightly suddenly burst out. A moment later, a crazy energy that destroyed the balance of the void suddenly burst out like a star exploding. The energy that burst out in 1 or 2 seconds was so bright that it seemed to ignite the void. Chaos. Yun Nuoshing could not help but murmur. This energy was so chaotic that it made people's hearts palpitate. The energy that burst out in an instant was indeed comparable to the power of God's destruction. Or even better, he did not know what kind of thing that made people's hearts palpitate was fused into that energy. In any case, it could not be anything good. As mentioned before, that chaotic energy had fused with the remnant energy of the destruction of hundreds of worlds. It had forcefully rubbed those remnant law fragments and order fragments together like trash. The mutually repelling and opposing laws were probably the reason why that strange energy became abnormally chaotic and violent. One of them. It was probably one of the reasons. He seemed to have seen something hidden in that energy. It was deep, deep, incomparably dark. The violent energy shock lasted for a few minutes. Everyone only felt that the void was trembling so much that it was about to shatter. When the energy was over and they looked at that place again, they saw a void that looked like shattered porcelain. It was tattered, and many places had shattered into powder. The void at the edge of the crack was constantly peeling off and falling into the void. It was completely devoured by the true nothing there. Everything seemed to be left. Nothing would be left. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes slightly. He stretched out his hand and casually waved it. He caught something drifting in the void and chuckled in a low voice. Now, he felt that he should have caught the second reason. However, he would talk about this later. Right now. Oh, there's nothing else to do now. The void became abnormally quiet. In the explosion of the energy torrent, the enemies hiding in the dark seemed to know that today's battle was over. They had no choice but to give up on this difficult bone to chew. When the energy torrent exploded, they quietly left the scene. No one paid special attention to them. When they came back to their senses, everything was over. It ended quietly, just like a war that suddenly began. No one knew when the curtains had come to an end. The time node was still normal. The area around the barrier was very well preserved. Other than that area, many elements in other areas were already in tatters. Whether it was the timeline or the layer of laws, they were all cleaned up together with the collapse of the void. There was such a huge hole in the void. Many ferocious cracks at the edge spread out like tree roots. The void had blown away all the strange gases that formed it. It seemed that the explosion just now was much bigger than what they had imagined and seen with their own eyes. Hui was now sitting on the ground and panting slowly. As he slowly recovered, he kept glancing at the golden time node. He had breathed a sigh of relief several times. It was a fierce battle. Fortunately, there was no problem with the time node. At least, he did not come here in vain. If the time node is blown up, the sea of time in this space will not calm down for a long time. We need to find a stable and suitable place to reset it. Now that time is tight. Where can we find so many suitable spots for us to choose? It's not that easy to find a place that fits that big net closely. Seeing that his old partner was also glancing at the time node, Hui grinned and took the initiative to tell him about what happened today and what happened when the former was resting. Yun Nuoshing just looked at him, listened, and then nodded. He did not say anything else, which surprised Hui a little. Buzz. The void flickered with light again, and figures emerged from the dark space. They cupped their hands, and saluted Hui and Yun Nuoshing. Then, some of them went towards the time node, while the others guarded the surroundings and took the initiative to set up an energy barrier. It seemed that the sneak attack just now had made them a little nervous. Now, they were taking the initiative to guard against things that might appear in the void. Lord Hui, the situation after the war has been calculated. The great monarch of the Green Clan walked over with his hands on his hips, shrugged at Yun Nuoshing, and said, "We didn't lose any people, but there were a lot of injured people. When we went to chase them, we couldn't follow them to the enemy's territory. We withdrew with a few injured people. It's a good result, but the time node, the sea of time in this place is more or less affected. I know the result. Since I didn't ask you to stop or do anything else, just continue what you did before. Set up the time node and rest for a while. When everyone recovers, we will continue to the next." We said softly. Suddenly, he looked serious and slowly sat up straight. He said seriously, "Wait, you take a few people who are in good condition to the place where we are going to set up the time node to see the situation." The great monarch of the Green Clan looked serious after being reminded. He also thought of what might happen next. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Lord Hui, if you find something, stop us." Hui put his hand in front of his eyes coldly, showing a trace of coldness. Then he said, "You have to estimate the fighting strength of the enemy and us first. You always act recklessly. Remember not to act recklessly this time. I will let I Ching go with you. Now take a rest." The great monarch of the Green Clan stuck out his tongue, laughed, and scratched his head. In front of the guardian, he didn't dare to say anything more. "What? Is there a problem inside? Did you not discuss it well, or what?" Yun Nuoshing looked up at them, looking at the back of the great monarch of the Green Clan. She couldn't help but frown. Maybe there is a small problem." Hui helplessly spread out his left hand. "They know our destination, know our purpose, and come for our purpose. I really can't think of any other possibility except that they are the doing of an insider. They are not the Abyssal Death Mist, but they have similar characteristics. In this void, there are more than one or two people or even one or two clans who can come in contact with and study the Abyssal Death Mist." Yun Nuoshing whispered and smiled strangely. Hui bitterly smiled. Of course he knew this. Because he knew it, he felt a headache. He shook his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. "By the way, why did you suddenly come here? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" The temple was blown up. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. "How do you expect me to rest?" I looked at the big hole in a daze. "Soon, we will be surrounded by people. I wanted to tell you about it. So I came here, who knew that I would encounter those noisy guys as soon as I arrived." Pfft! We looked at Yun Nuoshing's bitter face and could not help but laugh. "If that's the case, we really have to thank them. If they did not alert you, we would have to spend more effort on this trip. Blame it on their bad luck." Yun Nuoshing waved her hand unhappily and turned around. "Then I'll go back first. Yun, I'm so tired. You guys be careful. When you are ready, let me know. I will also, Yun, make some preparations. The resonance of the timeline is really big. It's not peaceful. Well, we have to change our place temporarily. No one can live in that place now." Seeing Yun Nuoshing's tired face, Hui sighed and waved at him. Just as he was about to pull himself together and deal with the matter at hand, Yun Nuoshing, who had disappeared halfway, paused and turned back. "By the way, you should find some time to go back to the Void front line and have a look. I Ching seems to be looking for you. What's the matter?" Hui was stunned for a moment and replied casually, "Oh, but we were supposed to go back and rest for a while. The other batch of people is not here. They have already left." He looked at the empty void. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have just finished talking and left. Yun Nuoshing did not even listen to his reply. He could not help but shake his head and frown. I Ching was looking for him. Speaking of which, he felt a little strange. He did not have the time to ask. If Feng wanted to talk to him, he could have just used soul communication. Why did he have to come all the way here? Well, he must have felt that something was wrong. After all, it's Feng. Maybe he figured it out the moment he was attacked. He guessed something and came over. Hui punched his palm and nodded vigorously. That's right, that's it, as expected of Feng. In the realm of the gods, in the endless mountains between the Source Peak region and the Ultimate Plain region, there was a place surrounded by mountains that was not so steep. A third of the way to the top of the mountain peak had disappeared into thin air as if it had been cut by a knife. The cross-section was so smooth that it could almost reflect the sunlight. At the top of the mountain, where the mountain peak had disappeared, there was a stone platform that leaned against the mountain. It was covered with lush trees. On the mountain wall, there was a stream that was only 3 to 4 meters wide, seeping out of the stone wall and flowing along the mountain wall to the stone platform that was dozens of meters high. At the bottom, it formed a small lake that was less than 10 meters wide and continued to flow forward towards the foot of the mountain that was more than 1,000 meters high. Next to the small lake, on a small hill that was 3 to 4 meters high from the ground, there was a building that was 3 meters high. It looked like it was made of glass and some kind of golden metal. When the sunlight shone down, it reflected the color of colored glass. It was somewhat luxurious, but the exterior decoration was actually simple and unadorned. Outside the building that looked like a church, but also like an ordinary pavilion, there was a flash of light, and Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared in front of the door. He turned around and looked at the lake that was faintly glowing under the sunlight, then looked at the azure sky. He stretched his body and walked towards the building. As he walked, his figure changed. A pair of pure white wings with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters gradually appeared on his back. His long black hair turned silver white, and his tall body became slightly shorter. His white robe also slowly turned silver white with gold lining. There was also a pair of small wings in front of his chest that seemed to be an ornament, swaying with the breeze as he walked. Well, it seemed that the one who went into the depths of the void alone wasn't Yun Nuoshing's original body. He didn't expect that even we couldn't recognize him. It could only be said that his transformation was too realistic. The little angel slowly pushed the door open. There was nothing special in the building, only a few rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves that were rescued before the Guardian Temple was destroyed, and a pile of ancient books. Other than that, there was a bed leaning against the bookshelves. On the bed, Yun Nuoshing was leaning lazily against the back of the bed, half lying and half sitting. A large pile of books was spread out within his reach without moving his body. He was holding an open ancient book in his hand and casually flipping through it. Looking at his eyes, no one knew where his mind had drifted. You're awake. When did you wake up? Seeing him sit up, the little angel was slightly stunned. She walked up with a faint smile, tidied up the books that were casually thrown to the side, and sat by the bed to look at him. Oh, Yun Nuoshing's face was still pale, and he looked listless. His eyelids trembled as if he would fall down at any time. I just woke up not long ago. I was almost awake when the explosion happened. I woke up. Yun Nuoshing let out a long yawn, and his body slid down like liquid. Seeing this, the little angel pulled the blanket over him and placed her hand on his forehead. You're still very weak. Why don't you rest a little more? Yun Nuoshing was confused and shook his head. How's the depths of the void? His expression changed slightly, and he stuck out his tongue. Knowing that he couldn't hide it from him, He told him everything. Hui and the others seem to have encountered a little trouble. There's a little problem when they're setting up the time node. It said everything in one go. Yun Nuoshing listened, but his expression did not change at all. However, looking at his eyes, it seemed that his mind had drifted even further away. After a long time, when the little angel finished speaking for a few minutes, he slowly closed his eyes and said, "The thing that drives the roulette of the world is the word benefit. From the mortals to the gods, no one can escape from the entanglement of this word." He took a deep breath. Not everyone is the same as Hui and I. Moreover, we weren't involved at that time because it wasn't the right time to be involved. However, it was far from now. Someone in the void had touched the death fog of the abyss. It's normal to use it for something. If we want to think of the worst, this is probably part of the meaning of the underworld. Strong power is enough to lead some people astray and take risks, just like the temptation of the devil. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand and scratched the wings that he put over. He said, "This is good too. It allows Hui to be vigilant in advance and be on guard against some major events that will only happen in the future. Although the time node is good, it's not the best method. At present, we don't have the time to implement the so-called best method, nor do we have the conditions to do so. Let him be. The resonance of the time axis still needs to recover some strength." Yun Nuoshing sat up abruptly and shouted, "Why do I suddenly feel so bored lying down?" The little angel was speechless. It seemed that the soul of this era had been overused, and Fengling's instincts had been suppressed. Now, it was the consciousness of Quarter Moon and Yun Nuoshing who couldn't get down that was working diligently here. A guy who liked to jump up and down. Seeing that he sat up abruptly and his body went limp, the little angel shook his head helplessly. He gently pressed him back on the bed with both hands and covered him with the quilt. He said softly, "Be good and rest. There will always be something for you to do." I thought of something. When you see this thing, you may be busy for a while. Although you can't get out of bed and run around, you can still let your imagination run wild. As the little angel spoke, Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out a crystal clear bottle and gently uncorked the bottle. The bottle opened and poured out a round red crystal about the size of a thumb. Yun Nuoshing's eyes focused. He sat up again, but he was short of breath and was about to collapse again. Seeing this, the little angel quickly supported him to lean against his chest and handed the crystal to him. "This is a drop of blood, right?" In its initial state, it was indeed a drop of blood. I saw that it was showing signs of collapsing after being separated from the mixed energy, so I solidified it. He nodded and frowned slightly. "It's a little uneasy." Yun Nuoshing's eyes stared at the round red crystal. Its power had completely dissipated. Even if he solidified it, there was still a part that could not be stopped from disappearing. The remaining part, the little bit of aura and power, made Yun Nuoshing's expression become more and more serious until it became extremely solemn. "This thing, where did you find it?" The little angel explained the energy. The chaos in the black energy beam was not only caused by the fusion of the power of hundreds of shattered worlds, but also because of this drop of blood. That was the second reason. Yun Nuoshing was silent. For a moment, he didn't speak. Even his pale face couldn't hide the look on his face. He couldn't help but be silent when he saw this. He didn't know what terrible thing he thought of. Chapter 1249. It was crystal clear, like a red glass bead. As the light shone on it, it reflected a faint scarlet light. The faint light fell on the wall, but it looked a little evil. "Do you know what this blood is?" Yun Nuoshing's expression was solemn. He kept shaking the red bead in his hand and said in a deep voice. The little angel shook its head. Its understanding of the world of order all came from his memory, and it did not see much of it. Therefore, it did not know much. It just felt that the smell of the blood was too strange, so it brought it back. Now that it saw his solemn expression, it could not help but gulp. What is it? Does it have a lot to do with it? You don't know? Yin Nuoshing turned to look at it and frowned. The little angel nodded nervously. Then it's difficult. Yun Nuoshing sighed and suddenly said, because I don't know what it is either. It looked at him blankly. Its eyes were full of, "You're kidding me" expressions. It was almost stunned. So he could also put on a serious expression, as if the end of the world was coming. Seeing the silly expression on its face, Yun Nuoshing could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I won't tease you. First of all, I really don't know what kind of blood this thing is. I don't even know if it's blood. Moreover, it's not that I don't understand this thing at all. I'm afraid it's not something from the life of order." It took less than half a second for him to change from a cheeky smile to a serious expression. It looked like he changed his face faster than flipping the pages of a book. This was not only applicable to women, it was also applicable to this guy who looked like a girl. If it's not a life of order, then it's a life from the world of order? The chaotic life form that you mentioned in your memory? It shook its head to get rid of those messy thoughts and followed his train of thought. That's not entirely true. Chaotic life forms don't exist in this world, and if there is a definition for such life forms, it would probably refer to a life form that has been corrupted and distorted by the power of divine death. That's right, it's me, the future me, who is still an ordinary human deity. Yin Nuoshing pointed at herself and continued, the non-order life form that you mentioned can be understood so simply. Even in my memory, I can't find a suitable explanation. So this is the only explanation. Let's consider it as a life form born in a non-order world, a world filled with chaos energy. A life form born in such a world would naturally possess the blood that was branded by chaos. This explanation seems reasonable. I've seen some so-called non-orderly worlds, which are worlds surrounded by chaos. However, those worlds didn't give birth to any so-called life forms. Yin Nuoshing murmured, as if she was talking to herself. The life forms that you're talking about are those that have normal sentience and life, right? It suddenly said, "Yes, that's right." Yin Nuoshing looked at her and nodded. Non-order life forms are naturally different from the life that we understand. Why can't they be some truly chaotic life forms that have no sentience, no rationality, and no ability to communicate with them, yet they are definitely alive? For example, those that are derived from the abyssal death shroud. That's just an example. If you want to count, they should be considered as a type of energy life form. Her words had enlightened Yun Nuoshing. She could not help but nod. Seeing that he did not say anything, the little angel thought for a moment and continued, "A world that has studied the abyssal death shroud must not be too far away from it, and filled with chaotic life forms." Seeing that it was probably not going to get any results, even if it was racking its brains, Yun Nuoshing shrugged, helplessly. There's no need to think about it. Right now, the void is filled with the abyssal death shroud. It's everywhere in the upper, middle, and lower planes. And those places that have been destroyed by the abyssal death shroud, with the distortion of the power of divine destruction, the nature of the void, and the land of nothingness must have changed as well. If there was a miracle that a world was born in those places, it would definitely be very different from normal worlds. You see, if that's the case, the void is filled with such conditions. The person or force that could study something that looks like an army of darkness might not necessarily be a life form born from some chaotic world. Then there's nothing we can do. We have no clue at all. It sighed in frustration and shook its head. There was some gloom and resentment written all over its face, which made Yun Nuoxing a little curious. "What's wrong? You're so angry. Do you want to find the person behind this and beat him up?" "I'm in a good mood, but my face is covered in mud for no reason. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy either." It pouted and muttered. Yun Nuoxing slowly leaned back against the back of the bed, found a comfortable sitting position, and lazily lay down. He casually flipped through the book and found that he was not in the mood to read these things. Originally, he was not in the mood to read these things. The person who wrote these things might not necessarily have a deeper understanding of the things described in the book than he did. Flipping through the book was just to help him sleep, but this time when he woke up, it seemed that he really could not fall asleep so easily. He looked at the red crystal that was placed on the quilt and rolled around in the pit, and for a moment he fell silent. The range of the void seal was increasing day by day, but compared to the entire upper plane, the middle plane, and the entire void, the range that they touched was still too small. The underworld's speed was definitely much faster than theirs. This was already an annoying thing to begin with. Now, there was another thing that was most likely a mole that was slowing them down. It was ridiculous when he thought about it. Moreover, the abyssal death mist. He felt that the incident in Yangdan Realm was not a simple example. Perhaps there were other places that had been infiltrated by the abyssal death mist within the range of the void seal. However, it would take a lot of effort to investigate them one by one. The void was so vast that one could not find the end. Even if one were to search within the range of the void seal, one would accidentally fall out of the range. After all, it was only the void domain that was currently known. Moving in the void relied on some kind of method that was close to the rules of the void. It was not as simple as moving in the normal way. One would also get lost while walking in his own territory. The little angel tidied up the books on the bed. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was lost in thought, she also thought of some complicated things. After a while, she could not help but shake her head. She pressed down on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and asked him to lie down again. "Don't think about other things now. You should rest and recover first. Hui is making preparations. If you have not recovered by the time they are done with their preparations, you will have wasted some time in vain." Yun Nuoxing regained his senses and could not help but roll his eyes. Although he wanted to lie down obediently, but he could not lie down no matter what. With his current temperament, it would be a miracle if he could lie down for half a day without moving. Unless he fainted, it would be impossible for him to lie down obediently and wait for his recovery. The little angel looked at him with a faint smile and made a knife hand gesture with her lily-white hand. "Do you need me to help you sleep physically?" "Forget it." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and lay down obediently. He could not help but mutter, "I don't even understand the current situation. It's so bad that it makes my scalp tingle. I just want to turn the situation around a little bit. That's why you should rest well." She looked at him, throwing a tantrum, and could not help but let out a long sigh. As one of the most powerful people in the world of order, once you fall, the enemy will really have a chance to take advantage of you. You see, you did not participate in such a big thing like setting up the time node. The void was attacked and delayed for a long time. If you were there from the beginning, the situation might not be so bad. Yun Nuoxing's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment. If he insisted on it, it was indeed his fault, and he could not get rid of it. He had already understood the situation. If he was there when Hui and the others were setting up the time node, there would not be a need for the others to divide their strength to fight a hard battle. He alone would be enough to clean up all the small fries and crabs. The problem was that he was not there. While the others were fighting in the depths of the void, he was still heavily injured and in a deep sleep. Seeing the worried and unnatural look on his face, the little angel couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only he could reflect on himself. Unfortunately, these words would only keep him honest for a short period of time. Once the scars this time disappeared, he would probably put aside everything that had happened during this period of time and ignore it. Why don't I? You should just lie down and don't move. I can still handle the tedious things in the void for the time being. A valiant voice rang in the building, causing Yun Nuoxing to swallow her words. She looked at the door with a little resentment. The space was slightly distorted, and a figure was teleporting in from the door. The first thing that appeared was the upper body, and then the full body appeared. It was the Lord Guardian of the realm of the gods. Hui grinned at the two people and walked to the side of the bed to look down at Yun Nuoxing. He said, I heard that you wanted to do something the moment I came back, right? What's wrong? You're injured. Aren't you going to behave? Yun Nuoxing turned her head away gloomily. It was unknown whether she was denying it or admitting it, but the two people did not know whether to laugh or cry. The situation in the void is a little bad, but it's not so bad that you have to drag your half-dead body to help. Hui thought for a moment and shrugged. I never thought that there would be a mole in the world of order, but it's fine. The sooner you jump out, the sooner you can get rid of it. Before they bite down on the main artery, it's better to remove the thorn. How's the time node? Yun Nuoxing asked softly. I've barely completed 1/3 of it, and Hui glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the bed half dead, and then looked at the silver-haired little angel with drooping eyelids. He grinned. After your little angel came to help, there's nothing left to do. The little angel shrank her head. She finally reacted, but anyone who saw Yun Nuoxing jumping around in the depths of the void and then coming back here to curl up into a ball would be suspicious. What's this? What a chaotic residual energy. Where did you find it? Huey's gaze fell on the red crystal that was casually thrown on the bed. He picked it up with 2 fingers and looked at it. His expression became very serious. The little angel and Yun Nuoxing repeated the topic that they had just talked about. Huey's expression became even more serious. He nodded seriously. Actually, I already know. I've already asked I Ching to look for it. That kid is very efficient. I think it won't take long for him to get the answer. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel widened their eyes and said in unison, Why are you surprised when you already know? Seeing the two's devouring gaze, Hui jumped up and waved his hand awkwardly. Isn't it because of the atmosphere? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and shook her head as if she was looking for something. The little angel seemed to know what he was looking for. She dug out a brick made of divine power and glass from the corner of the bookshelf and handed it to him obediently. Ahem. Okay, I'll stop fooling around. Before Yun Nuoxing was about to throw the brick, Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. I know a little, but it's not as far as you think. After the time point was set up, we secretly investigated and looked for the person who might be the mole. Guess what the result was? No result. We couldn't find the person. Yun Nuoxing threw the brick aside and said lightly, how did you know? This time, Hui scratched his head, awkwardly. He casually sat on the edge of the bed with his back facing Yun Nuoxing and said in a rather relaxed tone, We couldn't find the mole. Not even a trace. It's as if we didn't do anything wrong. We were acting, and we even collapsed 2 actors. Sigh, the other side is really calm. They didn't slip out or panic. That's a trick you use on mortals. Don't you think that the Empyrean god of origin is a group of guys who have lived for so many years? Would they fall for such a trick? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. They might have watched the entire process. They might not show any reaction on the surface, but they're laughing in their hearts. I Ching, It softly muttered the name and looked up. Is it appropriate for you to order a young Empyrean god of origin around like a little brother? Ah, that guy did it of his own accord. Earlier, when we were at the front line of the void, there were quite a few people who objected to it. Later on, when we said that we were acting in our own name, there weren't many who objected to it anymore. He was even very interested in coming up with a plan on the side. He seemed quite serious. And then we were tricked. Even now, we don't know who suggested the time point at that place, right? Yun Nuashing sighed. We were tricked. Hui hung his head dejectedly and unluckily admitted it. That's why I came back to relieve my boredom. Since we can't get busy over there for the time being, the second time point. We'll talk about it later. Yun Nuashing looked at his gloomy face and shook her head. They were probably secretly planning to rearrange things. If it was Huey's current state, there was a 70% chance that they would wait for him to recover a little before moving out with 4 or 5 people. As for the time points they had discussed before, they could not use them again. If they could be ambushed once, there would naturally be a second time. Hui went to the place where the Temple of the Guardians had been blown into a crater. He felt a headache as he looked at the land that had been contaminated by chaos energy. He wanted to deal with it, but there were many steps to take. He did not know where to start at the moment, and sat beside the crater blankly for a long time before rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. Yun Nuashing continued to rest day after day. The Empyrean god of origin did not need to rest like before. He meditated and cultivated, and his self-healing speed was the fastest. He did not need to activate anything at all. He only hated that the energy that created the world had come at the wrong time. 2 days earlier, he would still be in a state of deep sleep and would not be able to wake up. 2 days later, he would almost be able to move. He would not have to be like now, unable to sleep and being in a daze because it was too boring. In this small church pavilion, there were only 2 people, him and the little angel, facing each other in a daze for a long time. It was not until Yun Nuashing could not help but yawn and almost fall asleep that the 2 people reacted at the same time. The books on the bookshelf were tidied up and taken down by Yun Nuashing. He flipped through them and threw them aside. The little angel was quite patient. When he was done flipping through the books, he tidied them up and placed them back in their original positions. This cycle repeated countless times. In the end, the entire bookshelf of books changed positions. Even the little angel could not remember which book was placed where it was originally placed. After 2 days, Yun Nuashing's complexion recovered a little. He got out of bed and moved around for a while, living like an old man who had trouble walking. In fact, he was still unable to move around. His soul and divinity had not completely recovered. It seemed that he had recovered, but only his external injuries had healed. As for his internal injuries, they were still there. These could not be rushed. He could only slowly recuperate and recover. However, he really could not hold it in anymore. The little angel could not stand his coaxing and pestering, so she could only help him out of the house. Yo, you seem to be in good spirits. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a hearty laugh. Hui stood by the small lake and waved at them with his right hand raised. Yun Nuashing originally wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. When he saw that Hui was here, he walked over. The Temple of Guardians is probably going to be moved. It feels a little stupid to put it back in its original position after being bombed. Hui looked at the lazy Yun Nuashing and said, I just tidied up the destroyed land. You didn't see it. The chaotic energy that settled in the black land just condensed into a strange thing. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It scared the mortals who were watching from afar. Strange thing? Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong. What does it look like? Well, it's hard to say. It's very vague. Anyway, it doesn't look like a human. It's weird. Who knows what it is? After we finished speaking, he saw that Yun Nuoshing was silent. He rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think that the energy thing has something to do with that drop of blood? Chaotic life, form. If it's weird in appearance, it's not impossible." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "I don't know what that drop of blood is in this core, or is it a kind of auxiliary item? Or is it?" There were many answers, but he couldn't say. After all, he wasn't there that day. It was hard to say what that drop of blood was to that kind of attack and that kind of energy. As he thought about it, his thoughts deviated from his original position. Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of the matters of the primordial era, as well as his own original era. Then he thought of those noisy fellows beside him. Yun Nuoshing saw that Yun Nuoshing's expression was sometimes annoyed and sometimes smiled. There was some longing in his eyes. Hui was also a little stunned. He scratched his head and said, "Feng, look at this time. It's quite mature. Do you want me to tie you up and cough that?" The little angel rolled his eyes. Yun Nuoshing's mood was suddenly pulled back. He began to look around for bricks. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I don't want to be beaten to death by you. There's something I want to show you." Hui threw a crystal into Yun Nuoshing's hand. Yun Nuoshing took it and opened it. A blurry figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man. It was I Ching. I Ching's image bowed to the person in front of him and repeated the recorded words. Time, reporting to Lord Hui. No matching worlds were found within the void blockade line and deep in the void of the lower plane. Now, we are continuing to expand the search area. Maybe we will come across the death mist of the abyss. After I Ching's image repeated the words, Yun Nuoshing closed the crystal. "You want I Ching to look for those worlds?" A few days ago, he said that a world that was chaotic and bordered by the death mist of the abyss should be easy to find. But now, it seemed that there was none. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't find it, or maybe it's a place that no one has set foot in deeper in the void. Those places that were destroyed a few, maybe even 10 eras ago. I think the possibility is very high. As expected of Feng. You have the same opinion as me. Hui smiled and kept the crystal that I Ching threw over. "That's why, buddy. I'm waiting for you now." Seeing him blinking his eyes wildly at himself, Yun Nuoshing knew what he was thinking. He raised his hand and looked at his own condition. After thinking for a while, he lazily leaned into the arms of the little angel and said, "Have a safe journey. I won't see you out." Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You've changed. You're not the Feng I know. You wouldn't refuse me before." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. "I've been taught a lesson. You'd better recuperate first. At least you have to ensure that you have enough strength to move before you go. If you want to wait for me, then wait for another 8 to 10 days. Taught a lesson? Huey's gaze became a little strange. He could not help but glance at the little angel, only to see it turn its head away guiltily. He immediately understood. TSK, TSK. Even Feng, who had no feelings for 10,000 years, could change, and had been trained to such an extent. If you look at me like that again, I'll throw you into the void rift. Do you believe me? Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a half-smile. His expression was as wretched as it could be. Even without using a brain, one could tell what he was thinking. Ahem, I'm going to repair the temple. Don't worry about your body. We quickly jumped up and fled before a certain little monster could attack. Yun Nuoshing watched him run away and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the sky and felt a little melancholy. The depths of the void. Chapter 1250. It was extremely difficult to find the world that met the criteria. There were countless worlds in the void, and they were destroyed all the time while new worlds were born constantly. There were so many of them that they were more numerous than the countless grains of sand in the desert. Although it was easy to think of the areas that met the criteria, they were just those places that were located in the depths of the void, where there were few people and where life was withering. Even if they really found the place where they existed, it would probably take a lot of time. Time. In the current situation, time was very important. When Yun Nuoshing thought of that, he suddenly realized something. He slapped himself on the head and almost fainted. Compared to catching the mole or whatever, it's better to get the business done as soon as possible. When we came to the platform of the mountain the next day, Yun Nuoshing threw such a sentence in his face. The former was puzzled. What? Bait. Yun Nuoshing rested his face on his palm and said softly, I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do. You can say that it's my intuition or some other special feeling. My current opinion is that we don't need to pay attention to the so-called traitor. No matter if there really is a traitor or not, the existence of people or forces with that kind of power is inevitable. Looking for them will waste a lot of time, and that time is enough to do a lot of things. At this point, Hui also understood. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You think that the enemy deliberately exposed themselves to distract our attention or something? But if that's the case, that force must know your plan and your actions. Whether you have said it or not, they even know what you are really going to do. Otherwise, why would they delay the time? It said softly and shrugged as it flapped its wings. So, I think there must be someone inside. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there is a mole or a traitor. Yun Nuoshing lazily lay on a rock, his chin resting on the arm that was resting on the rock. If you really care about it, Hui, let I Ching look for this. After 2 days, when I'm better, I'll set the time node with you. Then you can send a large group to the place where the time node was originally planned to be set, and pretend that it's really going to be set. Hui scratched his head. The enemy is not stupid. Wouldn't they have guessed that we would change our location at the last minute? They had already been ambushed once. Only a fool would continue to act according to the original plan. He wanted to say this, but when he saw Yun Nuoshing's deep eyes and faint smile, he held back his words. After being stared at for a while, he helplessly spread his hands and said, Well, let's do as you say. Let Qing Jun and the others bring a group of people. It shouldn't be a problem. Yun Nuoshing's smile faded as she said, You have to bring enough power with you, at least on par with the two of us. All right, let's talk about the second one. Where do you plan to set the new time node? This. Hui looked troubled. He rubbed his arms nervously and kept looking around as if he didn't want to say it out loud. He just wanted to keep that thought in his mind. You'll know when the time comes. Yun Nuoshing stared at him closely and nodded. No, right? You haven't thought about the next target point at all. Let's not talk about it. Hui nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The choice and setting of the time node were not so simple. It was not just about finding a place casually. It was just like if you wanted a ship to stop steadily on the sea. Without moving, in addition to anchoring, it also had to be calm. In contrast, what they were dealing with was the sea of time. They had to find a series of time nodes and set up a large net. This was their anchor, but the anchor was not used to fix the hull, but to suppress the entire sea of time, so as to avoid the sea of time under the void from boiling when the time axis resonated. If this was not handled well, the sea of time would riot, and there would be no peaceful days in the future. To sum up, anyway, what we wanted to express was that this other time node was really not so easy to find. If it was easy to find, he wouldn't have to frown. According to the current movement of the Sea of Time, there are a few points that can be set up, the backup points. The natural conditions are not so good, and the process of setting them up will be quite troublesome. Yun Nuoshing looked at Hui, who was dejected and haggard, and pursed her lips. In the current void environment, there were very few places in the Sea of Time that were very peaceful, places where the abyssal death fog spread. Many elements were destroyed and distorted, the void collapsed, and the land of nothingness was also very chaotic. The Sea of Time naturally could not be spared. All this was caused by the endless war that broke out in the void. The abyssal death fog destroyed most of it, and the rest was the destruction caused by the life of the world of order when they fought back. Some worlds that used extreme means, which were the worlds that resisted the most violently and violently, may have caused permanent damage to the land of nothingness. And the Sea of Time that was independent of one side was also affected, although it was not to the extent that it could not be repaired. Some things that happened would be difficult for them to discover, just like the undercurrent under the sea. "I've only heard about your plans," Wang Yao said. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and looked at Hui. "Tell me about some of the conditions for setting up the time node." "The area covered by the time net is about the entire upper plane and the remaining middle plane, right?" "That's right." Hui sighed and nodded. He scratched his cheek with his fingers. The conditions and whatnot, the conditions of the Sea of Time itself are easy to meet, but the restrictions of the time net are a bit severe. As he spoke, he took out a crystal ball from his bosom, turned it over, and put it back. He took out another crystal ball, glanced at it, and then solemnly handed it to Yun Nuoshing. "Take a look at it yourself. I also have a headache." Yun Nuoshing took the crystal ball, glanced inside, and then looked up in astonishment. "Hey, this thing is—" Hui saw that he was making such a big movement, so he hurriedly rushed over and covered his mouth, shushing him heavily. He looked around nervously, and after confirming that there was no one around, he relaxed and sat down. Such a neurotic action made the little angel confused, as if the walls had ears. Yun Nuoshing swallowed her saliva and also looked around nervously under the gaze of the little angel. Finally, she lowered her voice and even stabbed the netherworld ruins soared into the ground to separate the space of this small lake. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "This is the origin. It's hidden in the conceptual layer of rules. I'm very surprised that I can actually make such a thing. Although it's a remnant, it's enough." Hui nodded with an unusually solemn expression. Yun Nuoshing's face trembled, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was really something out of her expectation. She really didn't think that Hui would have such a thing. The time net, no wonder he could use such a thing. Originally, in her understanding, arranging time nodes to build the time net was a method that was so complicated that it could make people die on the spot. But that was her understanding. This was not the case. This was an ancient record left behind by the first great deity, the god of origin. It just so happened that there were some aspects of the Sea of Time in it. Using this method to build the time net was much simpler than the other method that she had originally thought of to suppress the Sea of Time. Well, this could be considered as one of her trump cards. She really didn't think of it. After carefully studying the information in it, Yun Nuoshing frowned from time to time and nodded from time to time. When she saw some obscure information, she also frowned uncomfortably. The language of the gods, and it was the original language of the gods. She couldn't really understand it. She had always had a guess, and now it was confirmed. There were two languages in the mythological era. She knew the latter. The first language was only vaguely grasped, and she couldn't completely understand it. Even if there were some specious meanings that she could barely understand, it was really difficult to understand. "Oh." Yun Nuoshing scratched her head in confusion. She even pulled out 1 or 2 strands of her hair. This made her slightly stunned. She hadn't lost her hair for a long time. The hair of the spirit receiving godly body was condensed with countless divine patterns. It was an indelible part of her body, and she had never lost her hair. Oh, right, speaking of this, her hair actually didn't grow to her ankles. Finally, it wasn't that difficult to take care of. Oh, back to the original topic. The information recorded in this crystal ball was a mess. Well, from her point of view, it was a strange mess. She couldn't completely understand it. How did you understand these things? Yun Nuashing raised his head with 2 mosquito coils. For a moment, he couldn't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. Throughout his many years of life, he had never tried it. Throughout his long time as a god, who knew how many years had passed, he had never tried it. Now, he was actually affected by a simple piece of information, looking at it from the perspective of the divine, right of the realm of the gods. I can't say that I can completely understand it, but it's a lot easier to understand. As long as I can understand as much as I can, it'll be fine as long as I connect the important pieces of the puzzle. Look at these. And these, Hui came over and pointed out the information to Yun Nuashing. It was like pieces of a puzzle that were connected from front to back. Yun Nuashing's black eyes also turned silver. He looked at the direction that was pointed out. Some of the things that he couldn't understand just now seemed to have been pointed out. Well, no, it wasn't. It was just a mess of information. He felt that he could now understand the difference between a guardian and an observer. For countless years, he had felt that the observer was the last line of defense. Logically speaking, those powers in the dark should be stronger. Now, it seemed that the guardian was indeed different from the observer. We could understand things that he couldn't understand. Those things that were left behind by the great deities of origin from a certain perspective could even be said to be left behind for the guardian. The observer seemed to be the observer. There were some things that could not be touched. Also, look at these. The dark law of the sea of time. Some details of the arrangement of the time web, the primary factor of the time node. If these conditions are met, you still need to use the divine, right, to verify it once. Only after you are 100% sure that there is no problem at all can you set it up. The first condition is the void of the sea of time, which is a place where the waves of the sea of time are relatively stable and relatively quiet. This point alone is quite rare, not to mention, what's wrong? Yun Nuashing waved his hand vigorously with a headache. Stop, 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 stop. I understand now. The power of an observer should be different from that of a guardian. I can only interpret these based on my own meager knowledge. I can only understand less than 1/10 of it. We stared blankly and could not help but frown. There's such a thing? I already understood a little last time. I understood a little from the information at the bottom of the concept layer. At that time, it was just a guess, but what I saw today... Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and pushed the crystal ball away. It seems that I can only leave this matter to you. You can speculate and search for it yourself. Tell me when you find it, and I will concentrate on recovering. As soon as he finished, Huey's tense expression collapsed. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry at his tearful look. He shook his head and pushed Huey's face to the side. All right, don't pretend to be pitiful. With your ability, you can do these things. It's just that you are usually lazy in this aspect. It just so happens that the duties and special rights bestowed upon you by the second divine title of the divine realm indicate that this is something that only you can accomplish. You are the guardian who controls everything on the surface. So be it. Hui sighed in distress. He lifted his foot and kicked a small stone into the small lake. He squatted down with a depressed expression. Yun Nuashing looked at his pitiful appearance and could not help but sigh and shake his head. This guy, he raised his head and looked at the void for a few times. Some colorful and silver light surged in his eyes. After looking for a long time, the color in his eyes returned to normal. The aura on his body also withered a little at the same time. Seeing this, the little angel looked at him reproachfully. She patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand. "What did you do again?" "Just a small matter." Yun Nuoshing smiled and narrowed his eyes. He let her use her sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Only then did he look at Hui, who was squatting there dejectedly. "All right, let me tell you a piece of good news." Hui stood up abruptly. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's slightly weakened aura, he could not help but frown. In 2 days, the Sea of Time will be in a relatively calm period. It will be very calm. I understand the condition of the Sea of Time whole from what you said. There may be a lot of it in 2 days. As long as the time node is set under the condition that the condition is met, it will not be affected even if there is a flood after that, right? Yun Nuoshing raised her hand to interrupt him. Hui pursed his lips and nodded. "That's right. In 2 days, the Sea of Time will be calm, right?" Yun Nuoshing's words were also applicable here. What the observer could not understand, the guardian could understand. It seemed to be the same principle. Yun Nuoshing could see much more than he could see. Looking at his incomparably serious expression, it probably could not be faked. Hui muttered, pinched his chin, and nodded to Yun Nuoshing. "All right, I'll arrange it. Perhaps this matter was very urgent." Hui disappeared after saying this, leaving Yun Nuoshing and the little angel sitting side by the lake. Yun Nuoshing slowly lay down on the huge rock and let out a long sigh. About tomorrow, the disturbance in the void will begin to weaken. Following that, the Sea of Time will become calm. I just took a look. There is something flowing in the void. If what I saw is not wrong, he was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. The little angel waited patiently for a while. Seeing that he still did not speak, he frowned and said, "If what I saw is not wrong, what's wrong?" "That's probably. Yun Nuoshing stammered. His words were vague, which made him a little anxious. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "I mentioned to you before that the great samsara, which is the disturbance in the void that happened 11 eras ago, was actually caused by the 8 elements realm. The great primordial realm lost the protection of the gods of origin, or there was a deeper reason that involved them. This world should be missing something. Because of them, something is missing, so this level of void phenomenon is caused. Although it has always been said that this is caused by the natural activities of the void, but it is indeed related to them. Now, there is something surging in the void, right? What I'm talking about might be those things. That mysterious factor is gradually calming down the violent void." The little angel was stunned for a moment. His golden eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that the power of protection of the gods of origin is recovering? Recovering? Yun Nuoshing sneered and shook his head. "The first generation of gods of origin have all died. The last one that I know." He was silent for a moment. His gaze could not help but look in the direction of the divine prefecture. She has already fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Based on her condition, based on my current understanding of her condition, she might not be able to come back. The protection of the first generation of gods had already lost its effect when they fell. It probably needs their existence to be effective, right? Then what exactly is that mysterious factor? He frowned. An energy that could calm down the chaotic state of the void. I don't know. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. He actually had a small premonition, a kind of intuition. Could this be an unknown prelude to the disturbance in the void? However, there were still 9 eras before the 60th era. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead in distress. He also could not say what it was. In any case, the void was strange. The void in this era had really suffered countless hardships. Right now, he did not know what was going to happen. Chapter 1251. The Void, the Void, the Void. Hearing this name for a long time really made people feel a little tired. In their realm, most of the things that happened in this realm or higher realms would cause chaos in the void, leaving large and small damages and loopholes in the void. The gods who were interested would choose to help repair them. Those who were busy, running away, would not even look back, leaving a lot of holes in the void. Those holes would self-repair, but it would take some time. When the number of holes that had not been removed accumulated to a certain extent, a series of strange things that had never been heard of before would easily happen. The mysterious void would become even more strange, but the probability of that happening is very small. You also know that the void is vast and boundless. Basically, a void hole will not be bombed twice, and the speed of repair is relatively fast. As long as it doesn't cause a second damage, it will be fine. To the question of the little angel, Yun Nuoshing answered matter-of-factly. However, although the probability is small, once something goes wrong. You see, the problem of the void is big enough and serious enough that we don't even know how to solve it. Seeing that he was going off topic, the little angel couldn't help but shake his head, but that's man-made destruction. It has little to do with the void itself. It's true that the void has been stirred up into chaos now, and the order is fragmented. It will only be more fragmented in the future. Yin Nuoshing frowned, sighed, and shook his head in distress. Since the underworld started to stir up trouble, there had been no more peaceful days. At first, it was just a small storm that no one cared about at the periphery of the void. Unknowingly, time had passed. When they realized it, the storm had already reached such a level that the entire 8 Elements realm, or even the entire Yuan realm, might be involved in it in the end. It's because you don't want that kind of thing to happen that you've been working so hard until now. She sat on his waist, flapped her wings in boredom, and said, "It's just that." Yun Nuoshing, who was lying on the ground, was about to complain about the pain in his waist when he heard the word, "It's just that." His expression froze slightly. "It's just that what?" It tilted its head and met his eyes. It couldn't help but sigh. "Have you forgotten that future?" Yun Nuoshing's eyes dimmed a little. The future that he knew, the fixed future, to him was an unchangeable past and future that had already happened. He had this feeling a long time ago. Even if there was a slight difference between him and Fengling, even if it was just a little difference, even if he accidentally met the little angel, he was still walking in the process of turning back time. There was no difference in the journey. Logically speaking, there should be differences, but his intuition told him that there was no difference. The only thing that had changed was him and it who were here at this moment. That's right, that was a fixed future and could be said to be predestined. That great war was destined to break out, and they were destined to have a bitter battle that would break the heavens and the earth. He was destined to fall, and he was also destined to have a calamity. The future ahead was set, waiting, and destined. But they did not know what would happen in between. Tomorrow was still far away, and they were still at a loss, living day by day. Yun Nuoshing patted its slender waist. After it stood up, he slowly stood up as well. He patted off the gravel and dust on his body, turned around, and walked out of the stone platform on the mountain peak. He came to the newly built Guardian Temple that stood at the border between the 2 original realms. The newly built temple was no different from the original one. It was just a change of location. Even the 2 side halls that had not been used for countless years were left behind. Moreover, this time, no one knew where the Guardian Temple was located. Originally, the existence of this temple was a spiritual pillar for the people of the celestial realm. Even if the mere sight of its existence made them feel invigorated, we had planned to tell the world about it. However, when he thought of what happened a few days ago, he dismissed the idea. At this time, it was best not to do anything unimportant. Since they had been ambushed once, it was better to hide before they could guarantee that they would not be attacked a second time. If they were killed again, to the entire world of order, well, to the entire world of order, it might be a bit of an exaggeration, but to the people of the celestial realm, it would definitely be a devastating blow to their morale. Speaking of that incident, we still did not understand why those people came all the way to the celestial realm just to blow up his temple. This idea was too interesting. Other than making them feel vexed for a while, what other use could it have? However, the little angel did not think so. It felt that there must be some other reason that they did not know about. If it had to be said, it was because it saw I Ching rushing back in a hurry that day, looking as if he was in a hurry, and the attack that followed right after, in addition to the words that I Ching muttered to himself that day, it felt that there must have been a quarrel when they were discussing the way of the time node. In the end, the answer that they came up with was not satisfactory. Hui decided not to come back for a while, so he sent I Ching back to look for something, and those people who were causing trouble must have known what he was up to, or perhaps they knew what they were planning to do, so they quickly sent people to the celestial realm to destroy it. Although there were people who were secretly causing trouble, the construction of the time node could not be delayed. There was not much time left for them. In order to solve this problem before the next large-scale invasion of the underworld, they could either use the resonance of the time axis to summon many strong people and then attract their attention to the outside world, or they had no other choice. If there was another safe way, they would not have to do anything to the time axis, and it would not be so troublesome. You haven't come up with a second way yet. On the way to the main hall, the little angel patted him on the shoulder with her wings and said, "The resonance of the time axis. I'm a little worried." Yun Nuoshing paused slightly and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I really don't have any other good ideas. The dozens of primeval gods in the underworld are like a void pressing on our heads. There are not many ways to deal with it, and there is no alternative way to deal with it. I know what you're worried about. Messing around in the sea of time and letting hundreds or thousands of time axis worlds suddenly appear in front of us will cause a lot of damage to the sea of time, even if there are some measures to suppress and remedy the sea of time. From then on, there will be many small problems in this world because of time, but most of them will not be affected. And judging from the frequency and intensity of the battles in the future, those damaged areas may even be destroyed, and then a new area will be born. Probably so. The birth of the Sea of Time is at the same level as the void, so it will not be affected by any damage." Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in distress. "If only we can come up with another way to deal with it. We don't have to do such a dangerous thing. We don't have to—" Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh. This world was like a single plank bridge. Even if it was a single plank bridge, as long as it was slightly wider, there would be several ways to cross it. However, the current situation was they were walking in front of a single plank bridge that had no other way to cross. Slowly, bit by bit, they were being pushed by the black fog behind them. In the end, they had no choice but to step onto that path of no return. Sigh. The little angel also sighed, heavily. 1/3 of herself had been changed by Yun Nuoshing. At this time, her thoughts were probably not much different from his. I know, but I still have some unrealistic ideas, holding on to hope that I shouldn't. Then, after we're done talking about unrealistic fantasies and hopes, Yun Nuoshing twirled her finger. Let's talk about this terrible reality. She nodded and said softly, "We responded this morning. Monarch Green's team has been organized. He has sent over about 300 Empyrean gods of origin. 1/3 of them belong to the God realm and the ancient imperial realm. They are his trusted subordinates. The rest are selected from the few worlds that don't know what's going on. Even the weakest of them is at the elementary level of Empyrean god of origin. So it shouldn't be a problem. Now, they just have to wait for the time to come, and they will set off. With this number and this combat power, it should be more than what I used when I went to provide assistance. This should be considered a heightened level of vigilance, but unable to change their goal, they have to continue with the plan. Their movements are quite big, whether or not that so-called spy exists. The fact that there is a big movement is real. Yun Nuoshing stretched out a finger and twirled a strand of hair that was hanging down. She had a thoughtful look on her face. This arrangement seems to be fine. Even if they can infiltrate the void battlefront, even if they pretend to be on the side of the worlds of order and not provide assistance to the netherworld, they can't infiltrate the god realm. This plan is only known by the three of us. No, two of us. The little angel looked up at him. You're so confident in the defense of the god realm? It was blasted not long ago. Yesterday, I changed the defense barrier of the god realm. Right now, no one from the outside world will be able to enter the god realm. But he fell silent again. This time, he twitched his eyelashes and let out a cry of surprise. Then he said, I do believe that the enemy will act according to the plan. But there's still a little loophole. I rarely show up at the void battlefront. They don't know about our existence, but they know about Huey's existence. And he's the one who came up with the plan. The little angel rolled her eyes. Are you worried that if the person in charge isn't here, they will see through the plan? It doesn't matter if they see through it or get away with it. It's not a problem. Yun Nuoshing pondered, her eyes flashing brightly. If Qing Jun's team is seen through, they will move the army to the place they think is real. That is, if they are lucky enough to find the point we are responsible for setting up when they come to deal with us, Qing Jun's team can continue if they are not transferred away and fight directly in the same place. Our setup here can be completed smoothly. She nodded, and a vague voice came from her throat. What if there is a compromise? Then it's even easier to handle. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Leave half of the combat power behind. Whether it's to deal with Qing Jun's team or to deal with our side, they won't be able to deal with it. The time for both sides will be completed at the same time. Of course, in view of the vigilance against the enemy, we can't assume that they are fools. Let's assume that the power they use can deal with both of us at the same time. Well, that's actually a ghost. In the whole void, only a dozen people from the underworld can deal with Huey's and my desperate efforts at the same time. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. The little angel glanced at him with a grin. The lines had changed. Before, it was said that no one in the whole void could deal with the two of them. Then there should be three possibilities. So, there should only be three possibilities. If there really is a fourth possibility, which is what I just said, then it can only be that the people of the underworld have come out for a stroll. If that's the case, then what can I do? I'll play with my life again. Whoever dies will be the one who dies. If I die, then I'll wake up from my dream. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, I probably won't die, so it can only be their deaths. Anyway, when the great samsara comes around. The little angel reached out to cover his mouth and shook her head. You stupid mouth. You're so excited when you talk about death. What death? Can't you think of something better? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He also wanted to say something nice, but what was the use? Would it really be better if he said something nice tomorrow? No. In fact, no matter what he said, this damned reality would not change at all. At most, it would affect his mood. But in this world, there would not be changes just because someone's mood changed. None of the things that were supposed to happen could escape. Damn it. All right, he would not say those things. That was what he meant. The little angel frowned and looked at him with a little worry. This made him feel a little surprised. This expression was as if his little girl had come out. You have become a little like our families, Ming Ming. Are you addicted to imitating? The little angel rolled her eyes at him and said, I can't help it. In the memories I got about you, they were not small at all. I was too lazy to make a body of my own, so I kept borrowing. This guy was really addicted. Not only did he borrow Ming's appearance, but he also became 70% similar to Ming's personality. The other 30% was like Qin Yin. When he was quiet and did not speak, the natural temperament he exuded was very similar to her. Your worries are not unreasonable. Since we all think that the world of order is full of rats, then the worst-case scenario is that our actions are being monitored by the enemy. Hui looked at the two people who came in side by side, nodded, and paced back and forth in the main hall. But to be honest, there is no way to prevent such a situation at the moment. If there are too few people, what if they are besieged and trapped there to death? And we may be seen through. If there are too many people and we are really attacked by the primeval heavenly gods, then our high-level power will be destroyed, and we will have to rely on the remaining heavenly gods. Hui said as he looked at the two people who came in side by side, nodding and pacing back and forth in the main hall. Hui sighed. It was difficult to hold on. But what about the future? If they could not get through this hurdle now, how could they talk about the future? Let's not talk about this first. Hui saw that the two people were a little depressed. He quickly waved his hand and said, As for the time nodes, well, I have lost a lot of brain cells in these 2 days. Finally, I have made it, but there are only 8. According to the original plan, there are still 12 time nodes to be arranged. If there are 4 less, then we can only make up for it in terms of strength, and we have to find a good place. Yun Nuoxing pondered. It was like a pavilion. Originally, they planned to use 12 pillars to support it. Now, there were only 8 pillars left. Then, they had to find a good place to support it. And the strength could not be low. The location is not a problem. I am just worried that the strength of the setting is not enough. If the net collapses... Huey's cheeks twitched when he thought of the consequences and the disaster caused by the Sea of Time. He felt a chill in his heart. If it collapses in the second half of the time-axis resonance, I can force it back, but it can't be for too long. Otherwise, I will... what's wrong? Yun Nuoxing had only spoken half a sentence when he saw Hui shaking his head with a determined expression. He hurriedly said, I'll definitely set it up properly. You don't have to worry about the intensity and location. Let's not talk about this. How is your recovery? Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old friend of his was risking his life the moment he came back. In order to not see the scene of him risking his life in front of him that day, he had to set up the time node even if it was tiring. Yun Nuoxing looked at him suspiciously and sighed helplessly, just barely. It will be fine as long as I don't do anything too violent. I am not that weak now. If there's another primeval, it muttered. The two of them fell silent and looked at each other. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and pulled out the Netherworld Ruins sword. He placed it on the ground and said, It's okay. There is still one more chance. Give the Netherworld Ruins sword to Boom. It should not be a problem to drag a group of Premier down with it, he said firmly. Anyway, the Netherworld Ruins sword would be broken in his hands in the future. When he was still quarter moon, there was something wrong with it. Even so, it was still abnormally powerful. Hui lost his footing and almost fell down. The little angel swallowed and quietly took a few steps back. It had his memory and naturally knew how dangerous the heavenly weapon in front of it was. To their surprise, the Netherworld Ruins sword also trembled twice, as if it was frightened. Yun Nuashing said in surprise. Are you conscious? I remember that the Netherworld ruins sword has its own soul. If you have any reaction, just make a sound, okay? The Netherworld ruins sword. It did not make a sound. It seemed that it did not intend to come out for now. It was just a natural reaction of being frightened by his words. He thought that it would at least come out and complain or something. If he had the divine body of spiritual reception in this life, he would have been able to wield such a heavenly weapon like an extension of his arm. He definitely would not have been able to deal with the primeval divine God. There would definitely be a problem. Don't think that the primeval divine God, who had just entered that realm, would feel that there was nothing to be afraid of. He himself was only one step away from that realm. Besides, he had many tricks up his sleeves and seized some opportunities. It was only by combining a bunch of conditions that he barely managed to kill the primeval divine God. Because of this, he even lost the pass to that realm. Thinking about it now, he still felt that he had suffered a great loss. After all, that was the realm of that disappeared era. It was simply a fantasy to kill them. Yun Nuashing put away the Netherworld ruins sword. He glanced at Hui, who was deep in thought, and the little angel, who was staring at him worriedly. He could not help but have an idea. I have a way to make them fall for it. This way, the other side will not have any worries. What is it? Hui raised his head and saw Yun Nuashing looking at the little angel with a smile. He was a little puzzled. The little angel was also stunned when it saw him looking at it. After thinking for a while, it knew what Yun Nuashing was planning. He probably wanted to. You can change into Hui's appearance and preside over the battle that might happen over there. The famous guardian of the realm of the gods will personally oversee the battle. It should be enough to make the other side believe it, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Hui nodded in realization. He knew about the little angel's transformation ability. The last time it appeared in front of him as Yun Nuashing, he could not recognize it. All right, all right. Little angel sighed. Just as she was about to agree, Hui suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wait, I've decided. I'll go over there. You two go over to the new proposal. He. Seeing his evil smile, the veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead bulged. He felt that he had to beat this guy up before they set off. Chapter 12:52. At the void frontline, the human-looking city that stood tall in the void was the most crucial place to guard the void frontline. Across the barrier was the thickest abyss death mist in the void. Usually, the force guarding this place was also the strongest, and it was jokingly called the first city of the void. Judging from the current situation at the void frontline, it was not impossible to call it the first city of the void. Today, the void first city was unusually lively. Although it was usually lively enough, today was a special day. The guardians of the divine realm had descended upon this place with great power, and a large group of people were traveling together. Just the slightest bit of their aura was enough to cause the heavenly gods who were stationed here to feel their chests tighten and their souls tremble. This was the scene of several hundred heavenly gods of origin traveling together, and the one leading them was the famous guardians of the divine realm. They descended upon the void first city in a mighty manner, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Every gaze was either filled with awe or curiosity, and some people could not hold back their excitement and hurriedly went out to greet the guardians. In order to satisfy their curiosity, they gathered a crowd of onlookers. It was rare to see such legendary figures on a normal day. Hui brought the heavenly gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world to the first city of the void to meet up with the other divine gods from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world who were stationed in the city. He also brought along the divine gods and heavenly gods of origin from other worlds who had participated in the plan. After they were ready, the group began to weave a large-scale void teleportation magic formation. They did not say a single word throughout, but their solemn expressions and the fact that they were about to trigger a battle made everyone feel that a storm was coming. Lord Hui, is it really okay to make such a big fuss? The great lord of the Green Clan stood beside Hui. They had arrived at the most conspicuous place in a grand manner and were still setting up the large-scale void teleportation magic formation, which was much more ornamental than practical. Looking at the many onlookers below and in the sky, the great lord of the Green Clan could not help but twitch. He had thought that Hui had asked him to gather here to sneak out. He did not expect to make such a big fuss. Great, now everyone knew that they were about to do something. Although I probably shouldn't say it. There was some worry in Lady Green's eyes. Even the great lord of the Green Clan, who relied on his strength, could not help but think about what was about to happen. But I just want to express some worries. If we go out in such a grand manner, we will be easily targeted. Lord Hui, you see, it's okay. We do things openly and are not afraid of being watched by others. What's more, what we are going to do before has long been known. It's the same whether we hide it or not. Hui smiled and waved his hand, making Lady Green almost choke to death on his saliva. No, Lord Hui, I mean, last time shouldn't we be low-key this time? Lady Green blinked anxiously at him, wanting to hint at something, but didn't want to say it out loud and let anyone who might be lurking here hear it. Hui just smiled and shook his head at him. He blinked and wanted to respond to something, but Lady Green, who was full of anxiety, could not understand his blinking rhythm at all. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He looked around anxiously and ignored Huey's hints. The latter's eyelids were almost twitching. The enemy is out in the open, and we're in the dark. There's nothing we can do about that. Even if we want to sneak away, the God realm is the focal point of a myriad of worlds. If we do anything sneaky, it'll only make the enemy think that we're afraid of the slightest thing. Since that's the case, why don't we make a big announcement? We're going out to cause trouble. Look, this is our fighting force. If you have what it takes, come at us. If you dare to hit us, we'll hit you back. At worst, we'll fight until the void shatters. If you dare to attack us, the void will shatter. Hui smiled and glanced around inadvertently. Moreover, such a grand move might scare the people in the dark and make them give themselves away a little bit. Among the onlookers, there must be some of them. Even if there is a slight panic, I will notice it. Yes, I am paying attention, but unfortunately, there is no such movement yet. Let's see who can keep their composure. I see. You are indeed worthy of being Lord Hui. You are indeed farsighted. Lady Green suddenly understood and cupped her hands respectfully. Hui grinned, but in his heart, he stuck out his tongue. Of course, the latter part was not his own words. It was Maple who told him, the bigger the commotion, the better. The bigger the formation, the better. Announce the prestige of the #1 macro world in the void, and even treat that shabby city as your own territory. It must be the kind of temperament that says if you are not convinced, you can beat them until they are convinced. It's best if you are cold and contemptuous to everyone. Even if you are pretending, you must be extremely confident and arrogant. If you can intimidate the people in the dark, that would be the best. Even if you can't intimidate them, it's not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, they were actually acting for the people hiding in the dark. Hui did not dare to release too strong of a godly soul detection, fearing that the act would be ruined. Well, this was the reason why this group of people raised their heads arrogantly and constantly glanced around with cold eyes in all directions. Ahem, what I asked you to secretly prepare. Is it done? Hui whispered in Lady Green's ear. There is no problem over there. There are still many origins and divine realms hidden in the void, and they are still constantly gathering energy. Lord Hui, don't worry. With the unique skills of the ancient royal family, no one will be able to sense any energy fluctuation. Lady Green nodded and whispered, that is a state of triggering. We are just waiting for Lord Huey's order. Good. Hide this card first and continue to accumulate energy. There will be a time when it will be useful. Hui smiled evilly and nodded. The group of people seemed to be preparing. They gathered together to create an earth-shattering aura. Each of them looked around coldly, as if they were disdainful of talking to anyone. This made those who wanted to talk to them a little dissatisfied. However, due to the aura of the other group, they could only swallow their dissatisfaction. The silent and arrogant gaze was just a cover for their eyes searching for suspicious people present. It was all taught by Lord Hui. They felt that they had learned bad things from following Lord Hui around during this period of time. Buzz. Half an hour later, 3 huge and extremely luxurious versions of the Void Transmission Magic Array appeared. The few divine Array Masters heaved a sigh of relief. They used 3 times the time to make some flashy modifications, embellishments, and decorations. Only then did they manage to create the Void Transmission Magic Array. This was probably the first time in their lives that they had encountered something like this. None of them could understand what Lord Hui was thinking. When the Void Transmission Magic Array was ready, waves of faintly discernible void power were wriggling. The space was gradually covered with a layer of pure black, and it rapidly spread to the surroundings. It was like a point of contamination. After coming out of the Void Transmission Magic Array, there was a faint but wonderful change due to the void power. It looked like the space was being swallowed. The condensed void power is enough for us to transmit 10 times. Lord Hui, everything is ready here. Shall we start the transmission immediately? Hui nodded to the Divine Array Master and said, we will start the transmission in 3 minutes. Remember not to get the void coordinates wrong. Don't send 3 groups of people away in one transmission and not be able to find them after half a day. The Divine Array Master bowed, solemnly turned around, and left to make the preparations. Time's up. Let's start. In the most conspicuous place of the first city of the void, Hui forcibly led the large group to stay for a period of time. When he felt that it was about time, he gave the Divine Array Master a look. The Divine Array Master understood and nodded. He formed a seal with both hands, and the domain formed by the power of the void spread wildly in all directions, turning the entire space into a black ball. Then, the power of space began to condense. Now is the time. Switch to the 3rd coordinate. Quick! Hui shouted very urgently. The Divine Array Master looked very serious and was stunned for a second. However, when he saw Huey's frantic blinking as an old guy whose eyebrows were almost falling off, he almost instantly understood Huey's meaning. He shouted, the 6th node, transmit. The 2 urgent shouts caused many of the onlookers to be stunned. They couldn't see what was happening inside the black sphere, but the voices seemed to be abnormally urgent. Something about the 6th node, something about controlling the power of the world. It sounded strange. Let's go, let's go. There's nothing to see. I don't know what they are doing. The void is not going to be peaceful again. The onlookers waved their hands and sighed. Then they headed towards the place where they had settled down in the first city of the void. Some of them were still in a daze. They stopped for a while before they turned back and left reluctantly. Teleportation within the void was a miraculous thing. Without any preparation, one's consciousness would be occupied by the void for a short period of time. Their consciousness would feel as if it was constantly falling, entering the boundless void. They would not know what they had been persisting in for their entire life, forgetting everything. However, this phenomenon would not last for a long time. It was only because of the void that they came into contact with while teleporting through the void. By the time their body returned to the normal space of order or the barrier of order, everything would return to normal. Their consciousness that was still tainted by the void's energy would be slightly slower. It was difficult to express the specific feeling in words. In short, the transmission only lasted for a moment. Those who accidentally bumped into the void of consciousness just mentioned just now were still in a daze. The others who were used to it and were prepared did not have any worries at all. As soon as they emerged from the void, they very tacitly separated and were on guard. Act according to the plan. Everyone, go all out. Hui waved his hand. Hundreds of people went into action. Some followed the Green Clan and the many ancient royal families to set up powerful energy barriers. Those who were appointed to set up the time nodes immediately began to observe the situation in the Sea of Time. They could not act as soon as they arrived. Even if they were in the Sea of Time void for a long time, there would be times when it was not peaceful. However, it would not last long. This time, they seemed to be lucky. As soon as they stood firmly and set things down, those in charge of the time nodes instantly acted. They observed that the Sea of Time void was in its calmest state, so they could act without worry. The timelines that were hidden under this void that could not be seen by others began to intersect and then twisted into a ball at the center. Timeline, space, void. Everything was fusing. The thing that caused all of this to happen was the power that was formed from the timelines. We saw that they began to act. He could not help but clench his fists. There was a little sweat on his forehead. He was a little worried, a lot worried. If the enemy did not attack and really went to Yun Nuashing, it would be terrible. Originally, they wanted to balance the combat forces of both sides so that they would not have to be afraid of any problems. However, what he said, that sentence was intentional. He was trying to matchmake those two guys and wanted them to be alone, but he forgot this serious matter. Foam was still very weak. Now, he could only pray that there would be no problems over there. He hoped that the fish would take the bait here. After waiting quietly for an hour, the light spot, which was only the size of a little thumb at first, had grown to a size of 10 feet. It had condensed a considerable amount of energy, and it was very stable. It was much more stable than the time nodes they had set up before, just like that. Well, he couldn't say anything. Are you really not going to take the bait? Hui paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing him like this, Qing Jun could not help but say, "Don't worry, Lord Hui. Even if we encounter another surprise attack, we are not afraid. This time, we are fully armed. There will be no mistakes." Reporting. There is an unusually large amount of energy reaction in the void. The amount is unknown. Lord Hui, it's those strange things we encountered last time. One of the heavenly gods of origin, who was hiding in the void like a scout, said in a slightly cold voice. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Qing Jun's face turn green. He had just finished speaking, and someone really appeared. At this moment, he was really angry and had nowhere to vent. Compared to his irritation, Hui laughed unusually happily. "This is the effect I want." The great lord of the Green Clan was stunned for a moment. Seeing Huey's abnormal smile and abnormal laughter combined with his previous actions, he suddenly seemed to understand something. He slapped his palm hard and said, "I know, Lord Hui, you deliberately printed them out to catch them all in one fell swoop and sneak into their world, right?" Hui looked at him in surprise and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Not exactly, but you can understand it however you want. Anyway, we have indeed reached our destination." I see. Qing Jun nodded in realization. His admiration for the Lord Guardian in his heart deepened. Hui laughed bitterly. Suddenly, his expression became fierce. He waved his hand fiercely. Except for those who are condensing the time nodes, the rest, attack with all your strength. Follow the direction that we have just assigned. Beat those bastards. Boom. For a moment, countless people roared. In the void, pieces of the void peeled off. From those gaps in the void, a large group of monsters that did not look like humans surged out like a huge tide. Their numbers were so large that it made one's scalp numb. However, the warriors of the world of order were not afraid. They drew their swords and shouted slogans as they went forward to fight with their lives. It seems that things are going well over there. On the other side of the void, through Huey's perception, Yun Nuoshing felt that there was an unprecedented burst of energy in the void over there. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, he was a little worried. If the door was opened in their place, a large number of enemies would rush out. Then he would have nowhere to cry. Then let's do it. The little angel raised his head and looked at him. Seeing him nod, his figure flickered and dissipated into a mass of golden light that penetrated into Yun Nuoshing's body. The latter recalled what Hui told him again. The method to create the time node, the advice to go out, the advice to get married when you come back. Bah! Although he couldn't understand what the Guardian could see, he could understand the information that the Guardian could understand. We could rest assured and let others set up the time node. Obviously, he had also taught this special method. If they could do it, so could he.